Hello and welcome everyone to the World Junior Chess Championship 2022. Here we are in the beautiful island, Sardinia in Italy, and the tournament is just about started. And here we are, your commentators, Grandmaster Evgeny Miroshnichenko and myself, Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. So, Miro, here we are.
Yeah, pleasure to be here, Keti. And yeah, sunny Sardinia met us with a lot of rain, I have to say, hence the delay in the broadcast as well. Yeah, has something to do with internet connection. But anyway, looks like we are up and running. The tournament has started. The round is like 15-20 minutes into the round. We have a lot of stuff to cover. And would you update us on this year's edition field? Like how many players do we have? And how many grandmasters and so on? I'm so curious to know.
Yeah, this is a very interesting statistics what we have here. We have 16 countries, federations in open and women's section. And we have in total about 200 participants. Out of these 193 players, we have 13 grandmasters, 37 international master, 5 women grandmaster, 8 women international master and 36 FIDE masters. So that's the statistics, and now we see the playing venue. The games has been started at 3:30 local time, and we have a bit of a delay, 15 minutes delay, because of the anti-cheating measurements. And cheating in chess nowadays is such a hot topic.
It's a hot topic, but let's preserve it for the time being. Yeah, I was thinking, since that's my first time ever at the World Juniors, never played in the World Juniors and so on. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was thinking to dig a little bit into the history of the tournament and to compare how much younger chess became nowadays.
Right.
So, what I found, I mean, it's publicly available information on the internet, and what I found out, first, it was only boys competing. It started back in 1951, I guess, if memory serves. And not that I was around in 1951. Okay, and it was held each 2 years, and then after some time they've decided, okay, let's make it an annual tournament. And what's interesting, back then, like at the very start, if you would win the tournament,
yes,
you would get the title of international master.
Okay.
So see, now we have, 13 grandmasters. We have the top seed in the open section, Yesipenko, the guy who plays Vaikanze, who beat Magnus Carlsen, and yet he's playing under 20. So back then he would have a title of international master if he wins. Now, if you're not international master by 10, you probably stop playing chess.
Yeah.
No, seriously, like the game with computers, with all modern kind of warfare of preparation, you can process a lot of information quicker, and therefore it looks like the field is much stronger on average.
It is, but I'm very surprised that you have never played in this tournament.
I mean, it depends on the country you're coming from. I always had a competition, and then sometimes you're like born in unlucky year because there is just some guy who's a bit stronger than you, and he wins all the, all the country championships. And yeah, it's actually the small talk is connected with the rules, because normally the federation sends one player who represents the country. Well, usually it would be country champion, highest rated.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
That. Well, another curious bit of history is that in open section, we have the record holder, Shahryar Mamedyarov, who is the only person in the history of World Juniors to win it twice.
Twice?
So, yeah, nobody... Okay, there have been some interesting results. Most of under-20 world champions became well-known chess players. Well, I believe few exceptions, like someone who would be, a chess player up to university age and then quit and go for something else. Yeah, but most of them became well-known chess players. 4 world champions won under-20 before becoming the actual world champion. That would be Boris Spassky, Karpov, Kasparov, and Vishy Anand.
Great names.
Yeah.
Great names.
I was wondering if Magnus ever played Junior World Championship, because, okay, maybe at the age of very little, because like by the time he turned 20, he was probably already like #1 in the world and was playing in different tournaments.
Yeah, what I can remember about Magnus Carlsen, he stopped to play youth categories when he was really young. I couldn't remember him from up to after 14 years, if he ever participated in youth championships or the junior championships. So I would guess no, he has not played. Yeah. Just like you.
Okay. Yeah, Magnus, whenever he was playing, I guess he wasn't that successful, because once again, a generation born in 1990, you would have Nepo, whose latest rival in the match, right?
Right.
So, well, when they were kids, they had some different balance of... Okay. Anyways, as we said, the games have started, and let's try to take a look. Pardon me. How about ladies tournament? Because we also have, how many are the ladies? I mean, it's a little bit less players there.
It's
right?
a little bit less players as usually we have in at the tournament. We have less girls playing, but at this event we have less than 100 participants. Salimova Nurgul, who is from Bulgaria, and she's well known already for many chess players, as she has been winning a lot of events, and she also got her title, international master title. So I was a bit surprised to know that she is at this tournament, at this category, because she's already a very successful player. Another player that is also gets our attention at the event is Miroshnichenko Mariam from Armenia, who scored 11 out of 11 at her latest tournament. And she became the champion. She is Women International Master, and at this event, the winner of the tournament in the women's section will get the title of Women Grandmaster if she's not already.
And do we have women grandmasters? As you said, five women grandmasters.
Yes,
there.
5 women grandmasters.
Right, so that's exactly as you said. Yeah, that's interesting. Sometimes you hear about the player, like, well, from multiple sources, and I believe quite a few players in this tournament already had, experience representing their country in the Olympiad.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden you find out, okay, they are juniors still, right? They're still allowed to play. Yeah, they're still allowed to play under 20.
Right. Actually, we can see right now on our camera, this is the first boards of the girls section. From white pieces, we have Indonesian player, woman FIDE master, Singh Ding Terasa. Her rating is very close to be 2000. As we mentioned, first-rated player is Salimova here from Bulgaria, and she's with white pieces. And interesting fact is that 2 girls choose to play in open section, and one of those 2 girls is already well-known women grandmaster from China, Zhu Jiner, whose rating is very close to be 2,500. For now, it's 2484. So if she would choose to play in the women's section, she could be
immediately the top seed. Yeah.
Top seed player, and this is the pairings for today, the first round.
On the very top board, and you can see the surprise entry is, of course, Andrei Yesipenko, who I was told decided to participate in the very last moment. So that's him, that's Arseny Nesterov, and on board 3, it's very interesting. I wonder if it's the brother of Rasmus Svane.
It is the brother.
It is a younger brother. So I still remember, it's been more than 10 years that I'm in this commentary gigs, right? And I remember discussion on air some years back when we were wondering how many brothers grandmasters do we have? Yeah, no, specifically brothers, because sisters are like Maric sisters and obviously Muzichuk sisters. And for brothers, there were Zhigalkos from Belarus, and there were Mastrovasilis from Greece, right? And now you have one forest, I don't know how many brothers grandmasters, right? And then, Swane as well. Well, a lot of chess families nowadays.
Yes. So another family member here from Germany, and also back to the topic of girls being seated in the open section. Also, Hungarian women international master Gal Zsoka chose also to play in the open section. Her rating for now is 2298, very close to 2300. And just few days before of this event, I was visiting Hungary at Judith Polgar's Global Festival, and I remember when Judith said in the end of a day that she very proudly said that Gal will play in the World Junior Championship in open section. So I kind of felt like it was Judith's influence on it, because we know that she always advised all the girls to play in the open section, and now at this moment you can see Yesipenko on the screen. He's playing with black pieces and he is in very deep thoughts right now.
Right. Something else that I wanted to touch upon. Yeah, in the ladies section, once again, the winners from previous years. Yeah, as I said, in the open, or back then it was called whatever, men, boys, right? It's only Mamed Yarov who happened to win it twice.
Yeah.
And for the girls, there have been quite a few examples. And there was one stunning when Nino Hurtsidze and Zhu Chen, I think? Yeah, so they won 4 consecutive years. It was Hurtsidze, Zhu Chen, Hurtsidze, Zhu Chen, or the opposite. But like, imagine, and if it's a distance of 3 years, so you win today and you win 2 years from now. So first time you win, it means you're quite young, right? Yeah. So that's quite impressive. I mean, back-to-back victories, yes, understandable, very cool, but maybe like to win under 20 with the limitation that you have to be under 20. To win it 2 times with, with difference of a couple of years, it's even more impressive.
It is very impressive indeed, and this tournament has to be very prestigious event. I was looking for the lineups for the girls, and unfortunately a lot of top seed junior girls are now not playing at this event. Some of them are playing other tournaments. For instance, participants from USA right now are playing USA Chess Championship, and the others are playing probably other events, or they are not here. I would like to see more and more participants from the top seeds to be at this kind of events, because it's still very prestigious event.
That's very interesting topic, because once again, as we said, like the game got much younger, right? So back then, you win World Championship under 20, you get your Grandmaster title, right? It very quickly switched from International Master to Grandmaster title. So
Right.
you get your Grandmaster title, and what do you get as well is invitation to the big tournaments. But if you look at the top rating of juniors nowadays,
Yeah.
like Firuja and this and that, Gukesh, they are already in big tournaments, so they're not very much incentivized to play there. Still, I like to say that, yeah, this seems to be a very strong tournament, and I had a little chat with Andrei Yesipenko, who's playing on the first board. I mean, just a couple of minutes, and he said, I'm not sure if I'm a big favorite, even though, if you look on paper, he is like 100 ELO points higher rated than the second seed, right? And he says, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know.
You know why? Because this event, if he has no luck in one of the rounds and loses the game, then who would stop the other player who takes the lead?
Absolutely.
That's the problem of these kind of events for leaders.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Those, yeah, as I said, I was never present at the World Youth, but I had on a couple of occasions helped players who were taking part. And what I realized, yeah, it's not your typical Swiss tournament when, you know, like a bunch of players getting on whatever score +4, and then you have to win in the last round.
Yes.
Usually it's a race between 2, maximum 3 players. So someone who happens to be in a very good form, 2 guys usually, and then they just dominate the field, and it's a race between them too. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah. 11 rounds, and what else important to notice? Tomorrow, it will be a first time for me. It'll be a double round.
Double round.
And for the player, you know, you get tired in the morning game. You can somehow maybe take it a bit slow and maybe make a draw in the game afternoon. But for the commentators, we will have a long day in the office tomorrow.
No breaks for us indeed.
Yeah, there'll be a free day as well. And what else about, yeah, well, a little bit about the system, right? Because, yeah, I believe some guys are joining who have little idea about chess. Well, welcome to our broadcast. Nevertheless, we will try to keep it entertaining. And yeah, the system is so-called Swiss system, right? So that means, well, basically, I mean, I can try to explain how it works, the pairing, right? So you align all the players in order, well, imagine a paper sheet, and then you cut it in half, right? And the first, the top seed, is matched with the first and the second half of the table. And then you do the same, like starting from round 2, you do the same in each points group, right? Winners with the winners, those who lost, playing with those who lost. With some, let's say, it's a little bit of simplification, but that's the general idea. So that means that in first rounds, usually the top seeds, they're getting, well, kind of easier opposition.
Not so easy though.
Yeah,
like
not so easy.
Yeah.
The back then and in the World Cup.
That's what I wanted to say.
Absolutely. Like, if we are talking about World Cup, right?
These things.
It's like first playing the last usually. World Cup, right? When you go elimination, first playing the last, second play, and then it's actually weird to commentate on the World Cups now that I realize, because usually you want to concentrate on the big names, right? But the most interesting things, like the toughest matches on stage 1, stage 2, they're actually happening somewhere in between,
middle,
in the middle, when players are evenly matched. Okay, so
yeah, actually here at this tournament also something like this is happening. For instance, if we take a look in the open section, we can see Yesipenko is paired up with 23 plus players, so it's not something that he's playing against 2,000 players. So it's like never easy days. And what I have experienced for the youth championships, it's very, very important to collect as much points as possible for the first rounds. Right. Because then in the end you are getting very tired, and last rounds are very important. And also when you are taking the lead, all your opponents know that you have a good tournament, and psychologically it's so hard to compete with you when you have 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5. They are just losing to your points, not to your
You're
strength.
right. Yeah. So like when it's, you know, like a train. So when it starts and gets the speed, gets the velocity, it's very hard to stop.
Yeah, that's right. Shall we start to see
Yeah,
the
let's
games?
let's look at some games, and yeah, pardon me, but I already have it open. Let's look at board one in the open section, and maybe we could switch from like board one to board one, from one tournament to the other. Once again, apologize in advance. It seems mission impossible to cover all the games, even though we do have transmission from the moves from all the games. But yeah, that'll be almost impossible. We will try to do our best, like visit different areas of the playing hall, so to speak. But obviously, we'll start with the top seeds.
That's right. What we can do for our viewers, we have YouTube channel live and also Twitch channel live, and we send greetings to you guys. If there is anyone, any player that you would like to see our commentary on the game, just let us know on Twitch or on YouTube, and we can take a look at those games. We will try to cover those games as well, and we can also work in team. Like if you guys see some nice sacrifices, we also accept some blunders too.
Yeah.
Why not? Just
Yeah.
let us know, and we will very quickly switch the game, and we can also have fun together. So what we see here is the first board, as we mentioned, and
Right, so that's.
is it London system? People likes to either likes to have London system or hates to have London system.
It's the Queen's Gambit, the show,
Okay.
obviously.
Queen's
The TV show, Queen's Gambit, Exchange Variation, so-called, what was it called? I mean, I think it was Carlsbad structure, right? Because of the tournament which was held, strangely enough, not in Carlsbad, but Karlovy Vary. Back then it was, I mean, between Czech Republic and Austria, you know. So it's the same place, of course, but when the tournament was held, it was called it was called differently. Anyway, so this is so-called Carlsbad structure, not even the system, but the structure where white takes on d5 and black takes back with the pawn, right? And it's once again, it's quite interesting because, yeah, there've been, when I was kind of learning chess and, you know, so-called Soviet school, and that would be something that they would really push you, that you have to understand this and so on. We had a lot of understanding. Nowadays, everything has changed.
Yeah.
So it's so much contribution computers gave, like latest chess programs gave to this game, so that's everything's turned upside down. And that's why the younger players, they are in fact sometimes kind of more successful because they do not carry this, you know, knowledge which was clever back then, but no longer applicable.
Right.
All right.
It's more dynamic nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, the openings are also, like, we can see some openings. The most exciting was with G4, H4, G5, and back then it was probably not very much acceptable.
Right, so for what I know, bishop d6, this move, is, well, not the most popular. So usually the bishop finds itself on e7, but nevertheless, bishop d3, well, for the time being, just a normal development, knight g to e2. So that maybe needs some explanation, right? Why to e2 and not to f3? Because, once again, the move knight to f3 exists as well. But this is considered perhaps the most challenging plan for black. So white puts the knight on e2 and wants to, well, castle his king, prepare, but eventually to play f3, pawn to f3, and then pawn to e4. Once again, right. It's very simplified. Of course, there are other ideas and so on. But yeah, but that's what white's looking for. So that's why the knight goes to e2, not to be on the way of the f pawn. Rook to e8, once again, something very, very understandable. Rook on the semi-open file. Queen c2, the pawn's attacked. h6. And now something that I'm not sure why exactly, but the bishop goes to not to h4, because right. I would think, okay, go to h4, maintain the pin, and so on. Now, bishop goes to f4, and it's even more so. Black decides not to trade the bishop, goes back to f8. Okay, so now knight to h5 is, well, perhaps a threat. right? So if, let's say, white would castle, which looks like a natural move, then knight to h5, and it's a little bit, not that easy to explain why exactly you're making such moves. One can say, okay, black has everything on the back rank, shouldn't he develop, and so on. But this bishop is very important, right? I mean, if you manage to trade this bishop, and then your bishop goes back to d6, so first you'll take on f4, bishop goes back to d6, usually black is very solid. So that's why white first plays, h2, h3, so now the bishop can hide there, and black goes for b7, b6. And this b7, b6 move is exactly the illustration. Like back then, if I would play, let's say, b7, b6, they would tell me, okay, that's a bad move, and you didn't study properly because you're weakening your c6 pawn, and so on, blah, blah. But yeah. Now, as you said, it's much more dynamic. Yeah, so b6 is the preparation for the move c6, c5 eventually. Well, possibly bishop to b7, bishop to a6, we will see, but mostly b6 is played to be able to play c6, c5, and in case white takes, to take back with the pawn.
Right.
So, it's been, what, 10, 11 moves, and for the time being, I do not see why the player with black is rated 300 points higher than the player with white. The position is absolutely normal. If anyone, it's white who is slightly better. So Yusupenko will have a hard task winning to this with black.
Not easy, Dave.
Not easy, for sure.
First rounds are not easy. We see now both players on the screen, and white has already spent about 20 minutes up to 10 moves. And little bit information about white player. He's from Mexico. He's about 17 years old, and I can see that he became international master just this year, 2022, and also he is increasing his rating right now, as he has played some of the events before. So this should be very important challenge for him.
Yeah, that's actually, once again, that's the trick. Now they calculate rating every month, but still, you see his rating, which is 23.45, but at this age, you don't really know. Maybe the guy just won another 100 points in the previous tournament, maybe 200. You never know, right? And especially, I have to say, I think guys in Latin America, which produced a lot of very talented players, they don't have, somehow they don't have enough tournaments, maybe, or so. There've been a lot of illustrations. The guy who is about 2400, he comes to Europe or comes to the US and immediately gets, I don't know, 100 points, 200 points. Once again, sometimes those ratings, especially in such a young age, they're confusing. So I believe the real difference in strength is not that high, not that big.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why for last years,
wow, G2, G4,
that's
sorry.
what we wanted to say,
yeah,
exactly.
But look, yeah, once again, I'm imagining myself, I'm being a coward. I would be thinking, okay, I'm playing the guy who's so much higher rated. Maybe I should be super solid. I would try to play very, accurately. No, brave, very brave, G4. And looking at it, it looks like a very nice move to play. So you gain a lot of space. You probably consider G5 sometimes. And let's not forget, white did not castle short yet. So if something starts to be kind of going on the king side, we can easily castle there. So G4, nice.
Nice move, and also Yusupenko is the player who is very solid with his openings, and it's always uncomfortable for all the higher rated players to be out of their books, out of their comfort zone, and who likes to be under attack. Like, as you said, G5 is the move that black has to take care the next one, and I think now Yusupenko will consume some of the time on the clock that he was not spending earlier. And just a question, I'm a bit suspicious if white already had this position at home. He knows what he's doing, I don't know, with the help of computer or with the help of the coach, or he just came up this move on the board? What do you think?
Well, I would guess, once again, simply not really, not really thinking a lot about the position itself, but simply looking at the clock. Like, White spent 20 minutes. And once again, kind of coming back in history, there have been examples when a player who's better prepared, he would, I want to say, pretend to be spending time, so that to lure his opponent into preparation. And honestly, I've done it myself a couple of times. Yeah, but nowadays it's absolutely different pattern. And especially if you see these big players like Magnus Carlsen type players, the top 10, when they're playing, well, the perfect indication that he knows everything when he's blitzing out, right? And I think for these guys whom we have in this tournament, it has to be the same. So they, if he would know it, he would be playing it fast. And by the way, as I mentioned, probably the line Yesipenko chose, this bishop d6, is not that popular. So I'm not sure if it was a preparation. It looks very nice from what I can see. It looks very nice from what I can see. We'll see what's going to happen. Black's, seriously, I mean, if I'm playing black here, I'm worried right here, right now. Because, not that obvious what I have to be doing with black. All right, shall we check something else? Maybe let's try to switch to the ladies' first board, just to see what's going on there.
That's a very good idea. We can take a look what is happening on the first board in the girls section.
Well, here, paying attention to the rating difference, it's much higher, right? It's more than 400 points. And, well, here after 11 moves, I want to say White actually did take this route of trying to be solid, simplifying, which I'm afraid is not a good tactic. Because if, I believe it's actually quite the opposite. If you think that you are playing against someone who is quote-unquote stronger, I don't know, more experienced and so on, so probably your best bet is to try to disbalance things, right? Because, if you go for this slow, grindy play, then eventually you just make some mistakes one by one, and usually kind of stronger, more experienced players like this scenario very much. So no pressure on them, and I can kind of slowly play it.
Right.
All right, so what was happening there? It's, okay, just go back a little bit in the opening. So it's e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop to b5. Ruy Lopez, or Spanish opening, whatever you call it. a6, bishop goes to a4, and g7, g6. Not the most common move, but it was played. It was played, in fact, on quite a high level, I believe. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, whom I already mentioned a couple of times, he was playing this even at the candidates tournament level, so basically one step away from the World Championship match. So g7, g6 was an obvious idea to put the bishop on g7, because interestingly, so once again, very often if you play normal, knight f6, bishop to e7, castle short, and so on, right? And then later on, Black moves the rook away, moves the bishop away, and eventually tries to get it on g7. I mean, I will not go that deep and so on, but just believe me. So g6 is a very ambitious way to get to the ideal setup. But it also has some drawbacks, right? Because Black delays castles, bishop g7, c3, d6, d4, bishop to d7, bishop e3, knight f6. Sure what's the theory here, but almost sure it's not bishop takes c6. So that's what was played in the game.
So she went for e5 pawn, right?
So it's bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, trade on e5, captures on e5, but then Black trades the queens and captures the pawn on e4. So should be no trouble for black whatsoever. For the time being, black is the one who perhaps tries to push for an advantage, having a pair of bishops. Still should be kind of closer to equal position, but as I said, if you do not trouble your opponent, the yellow favorite, that he will or she will trouble you at some point.
Yeah, some of the players really like to play and outplay the opponents in the end game. That can be very good strategy, some of them, to avoid all these computer lines and the preparation and everything. And also for some of the players, it's really individual approach. Some of them are 11 rounds too long tournament, and they need to warm up a little bit to start some solid games and get the points. It's just slowly. Right now I'm checking the information about Teresa, who is playing with white pieces. She's from Indonesia and she's 18 years old, player, and she has achieved the title of Women FIDE Master back in 2018. And I think now she's collected more norms for Women International Master, but so far she's not. And maybe she's a player that COVID time really affected, and because of these 2 years of the gap, there was no tournaments, no rating increase, and also no norms for her, seems like to me.
Yeah, that's the most unfair thing to happen to younger players, right? I mean, okay, you're a grandmaster, you're in your 30s, and then you didn't play for a year because of COVID. Okay, it's not a pleasant thing, but not a disaster. But really, for those uprising players, it was very, very hard. But at the same time, it depends how you've spent this year and a half of break, because some were playing, I don't know, 30 seconds chess on various online platforms. Some were studying, and then, yeah, those who were studying, now it kind of pays off.
Well, what about the people who played 1 minute games like myself? I enjoy very much to play bullet games, but yeah, that obviously didn't help me very much.
I mean, it is a discipline, but I'm not sure how much it kind of your strength in playing bullet, how much does it transition into classical chess, right?
Yeah, I saw you were looking for some correct words to put there. All right, this game might not last for long, as we have already like end game. Maybe one of the sides will get a little bit of initiative, maybe not. But we have very interesting player on the second board. We have now a lot of girls, tough opponents for many from Kazakhstan, and we have here Women International Master Kamalidenova. She's playing against Elisa Kasi, and let's check out what is happening here.
Yeah, so Kamalidenova with white, right, and much higher rated. I wonder if her position is good though. So, once again, let's start from the very, very beginning, perhaps, shall we? So-called Caro-Kann defense, right? And the move c6, c5. Not the most popular. Developing the bishop to f5 is, well, considered to be the main move. But at the same time, it's not refuted at all, this c5 move. And also, it's tricky. If white doesn't know exactly what to do, it can be tricky on white. So, captures, knight develops to c6, f4. f4 is kind of a radical way of protecting e5, basically saying, okay, I will never lose e5 pawn. Right. Might lose the game, but not the e5 pawn. e5 pawn stays there. But at the same time, it kind of weakens white a little bit. And black decides to go e6. Once again, I'm no expert on the theory of this line. e6 looks like a little bit of, confession to me, simply because, let me describe it. It's if black would play the French defense instead of Caro-Kann, so would go e6 and then d5 on the second move, And then for some reason, this pawn, which in French defense would be played c7, c5 in one go, it spent a tempo. Which does not necessarily mean it's bad for black, but anyway, like e6, not the most ambitious. Bishop to e3, d4, bishop f2, bishop c5. So black wins the pawn back, gets some space advantage, but potentially this d4 pawn might be weak. So that's, if I may say, the main conflict in this position is, well, the answer to the question if d4 pawn is a weakness or is it, is it strength or the liability, right? So bishop to d3, just normal development, knight goes to d2, and then white is prepared to jump to e4, for instance, knight to d5. It's quite interesting. Well, nothing interesting. I was thinking maybe to jump here, you know, attack the bishop, but then it's a check, and then on the very next move, the f4 pawn is going to fall. So white decided that instead, yeah, just go knight e2, protect the f4 pawn. Here, not even sure. Yeah, anyway, knight d2 to e4 is the threat that eventually black will have to deal with. Okay, maybe not on the next move, maybe in a couple of moves, but that's what black has to think about. And another thing very typical for all the French defense positions is, of course, the c8 bishop. So the answer, how do you develop the c8 bishop, where it's find its job, right? Because, yeah, now the obvious answer would be, okay, I want to play b6, bishop b7, but then once again, take some time, and maybe one day, like you play b6 and bishop b5 is going to happen. Right. So
yeah,
after all, looks like white is probably a stronger side. Yeah, at first I was thinking like, okay, some knight e3 jumps and so on, but now looking closer at this position, I realized that, yeah, knight e4 is potentially a very annoying threat. And also paying attention to the situation on the clock, it's extra half an hour for white, which is not that little, right? It's not that little.
No, not a little one, and also that can show that she's comfortable in this position, and she at least tells to the opponent that I know what I'm doing. I have played this already, or I have seen already this one. The next move can be something like castle, knight e4. I like this move very much. And from black side, I was thinking of some move like f6 to challenge the pawn in the center.
Yeah, maybe to exchange the e5 pawn. Yeah. Not sure. Do we castle first, or maybe we just play f6, or even? But we also have to be careful because knight e4 is good, but there is also in some positions knight b3 kind of laying up threats to this d4 pawn. Yeah, so black actually has to be very careful there.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, about Merut. I hope I pronounce well. If not, you guys please let me know how to pronounce the name. Some of the names are a bit tricky. She's from Kazakhstan, and I just learned that she was a world youth champion in 2018. 2019 she became a world youth champion.
Under 18, that is.
Under
right?
18 or under 16, also possible, because now she's 17 years old. Yeah, very likely she won either of these two categories. She got the women international title, international master title last year, and at this point I'm sure she already has at least like some of the norms of the women grandmaster, because I remember her last name at the Olympiad of the team Kazakhstan.
Oh yeah, and yeah. Women grandmaster, but what's the rating requirement? It's 2400, right?
23.
2300 for grandmaster. Oh, okay.
She might
so
also try to get
as soon as she gets the norms,
title.
as soon as she gets the norms, she's a women grandmaster already. All right, and since we are there in the women's tournament or girls tournament, and I'm still not sure how to call it. Board 3, Miriam Mkrtchan from Armenia, as you've mentioned, she's, I think, European champion with 11 out of 11, and this is a score which is very hard to beat, right?
It is very hard to ever achieve, and there are like few players who ever done it. And also at this level, it's something surprising, and a lot of eyes gonna go on her now. Let's see how she's doing at the tournament. She's a third rated player here at this point, and her first round color is the black pieces.
Yeah, but once again, for the girls tournament, looking at the very top, they are not that distant one from the other. Not like in open tournament, we have Yasipenko, who is 100 points higher rated than the second seed, right? Here, it's not, the difference is not that dramatic. So basically, we can say like top 5, top 10 are the favorites until proven otherwise. Like if someone had bad tournament, or maybe the player with lower rating has a fantastic tournament, then we can adjust. But for now, I would declare like top 10 boards are the favorites and go with it. Okay, so what's happening there? It's not even sure. It's been a lot of transpositions there. So started as the King's Indian, I want to say, yeah, King's Indian with the move G2, G3, which is known to be very solid for white usually. E4 and B7, B6, which is not the move that I know about. But now look, yeah, but move. Seriously, but now looking at it, I'm asking myself why I never thought about this move. I mean, looks logical. So you want to develop the bishop on B7, and like the only way of kind of making the bishop on B7 look stupid would be to go D5. But then you're probably not that unhappy about this, because then white also has some strange bishop on G2, right? Anyway, so white played rook to B1. A bit mysterious, to be honest. Okay, probably planning to support like B2, B4, something. I'm not sure why wouldn't you play B4 at once, though. So black goes for rook E8. Interesting, once again. But yeah, but perhaps this is the position where I would consider going D5, because black also committed to rook E8, which is, in this specific case, I think it's kind of counterproductive. On the other hand, we could fantasize like D5, knight to C5, black attacks the E4 pawn, and you might be a bit uncomfortable because knight to D2 allows knight D3, we exchange the bishop. If after knight C5, white is careless and decides to protect it with the queen, then knight E4 works, it seems. Yeah, like knight takes, queen takes, and then it's a drawback of playing the rook to B1. So like goes bishop
this
F5.
rook is really misplaced there.
Yeah, so maybe rook B1 wasn't the best, but we'll see. Yeah, so rook to E8, rook to E1. Eventually, black decided to take. Bishop goes to B7, knight D5, C6, knight takes, bishop F4, knight to H5, bishop E3, and the last move was A7, A6.
Well, what I can say is that this is not the first time when Mariam plays this setup. She has already played another game with this setup. And,
so B6 is not new.
No. She has some kind of ideas to go with king side attack later on with F5. And to stabilize the center with B6,
yeah,
A5.
So she's basically waiting. I was saying, okay, D5 may be a good idea. She's basically waiting for you to play D5, and then she will
play
come
A5,
up with,
knight C5, then knight somewhere H5, F5. So that's what she wanted to play. And in that game that has already played by her with black pieces, she won the game. And very often when you win with some sort of setup, then you want to again continue to play. And as the first round opponent for Mariam is not a high-rated player, probably she went for, like, you know, this kind of setup, not the main line of the opening.
Yeah, so basically you stick to your lines, right? I mean, it's once again, it's very interesting from the times back then. I remember you pick up some opening, I don't know, probably when you're 5 or whatever, you've learned how the pieces move. Like, for instance, I can share my personal story. Alekhine defense, e4, knight f6. Which is a terrible opening, let me tell you. I still play it. It's a terrible opening, but the idea behind was that my opponent will play knight f3 on move 2 and I will take the pawn.
No.
So I was a clever boy when I was 6 or something. No, no pre-move. No, I mean, we were boys like this, little boys, and the idea, like your coach would tell you, go e4, play knight f3, develop the bishop and castle. And I was a clever boy. I thought, oh, okay, my opponent will do this.
Okay.
Anyway, so what I was saying, that very often you would pick an opening and then you're already like progressing and you become an international master and you ask yourself, why am I still playing this? It's a bad opening, right? Yeah. Now once again, with computers, with this, well, a lot of players, first of all, have coaches, online coaches. You are very quick to switch. Like, you play a system up to the point where it's good. Like, you've been asked one question, okay, some of your opponents finds the way to pose problems, and you can easily switch, which wasn't, we didn't have such luxury, right?
Right.
It was one book, encyclopedia, and you don't have it, your coach has it, so you have to write down your lines, and you have no idea about the other lines because they are in a coach's book, not in your book.
I bet no more than 10% of our viewers would understand what is encyclopedia, and they have seen it. Maybe even less of our viewers could understand that. Yeah.
No, but really, there was okay. There've been multiple examples, right? But basically, just believe me, there was a huge book called Chess Encyclopedia. Encyclopedia of Chess Openings. Yeah, and then anything which is not in the book, you would think, okay, this doesn't exist, so it must be bad, right?
Not good. Yeah, and to just to describe how it was looking, it was like this size book, very big.
Yeah.
And to know how to read it.
Yeah,
was,
even like to understand it, where to look for the specific line. Yeah, and sometimes even like the worst case would be these transpositions. Like it starts as the English opening and it goes to, I don't know, Nimzo defense and then to something else. And then you'd be, okay, there is no such line, and it turns out it's 50 pages later there is this line because of transposition of moves. Good old times. Now you press one button specifically, and you search for the position, and you immediately find it.
You have all the information together.
Right, so speaking of the position on the board, last move a6 clearly prepares c6, c5. That's actually a very, very tricky position. I found myself not being able to navigate such things, because at first, like what black's doing looks quite strange, but white's problem is the e4 pawn most of the time. So now black is threatening to go c5, drive the knight away, take the pawn on e4. You probably protect it, but then once again black can return to f6 and threaten c5 all the time. So eventually, what ends up happening is that I believe instead of queen c2, what ends up happening, white will have to, sooner or later, will have to play f3. And when you play f3, you block your own bishop, right? And when you block your own bishop, black is very happy to play d5. And all of a sudden, it's not black's bishop on b7, it's white's bishop on g2, which is stupid.
Right.
So that's quite a venomous setup, interestingly enough. Right. So what do we do next? Because as we said, it's a million billion games, right? So we have we can probably return to the open tournament. You can probably return to the open tour.
Yeah. That's a good plan because we have not seen there. We have seen just first game. First of all, we have to see what was Osipenko's reaction after G4 move.
Yeah, so we are back to board 1 in the open section. We've seen this, and I don't know if the clock that we have, the clock setup is accurate, I'm not sure. C5, no, Osipenko did spend some time before going for C6, C5.
Around 10 minutes, so he was quite surprised with move G4.
C5 and rook to D1. That's what happened, there's no more moves, and once again, our top seed is thinking for another, I don't know, like 10 minutes or so. I like this last move, rook to D1, because as I said, first thing which comes into everybody's mind, my mind at least, like we play G4, that signals we are attacking on the king side, so let's castle long. But why would he castle long? Like having the king on C1, is it really better than having it here or possibly even like on F1? We only need one rook, it seems like rook G1 and so on. Yeah, so I like rook B1, it makes it more solid. And also black has kind of less understanding where to counterattack because the king is here, right? It can, I mean, in some cases can still run away. Most of the time it will go to F1. Yeah, so it's more flexible, and usually the more flexible the move is, the better it is.
Yeah, it is. And after C5 now, as white played rook to D1, white is happy to open up the D file with D takes C5 next move.
So C4 is something that is kind of asking for itself, yes. And I guess we can say white's move is the only move, bishop to F5. And there, I'm not even sure, like what's black's doing? Maybe captures on F5 and then tries to develop stuff. But yeah, I would be worried if I'm playing this with black. I would be worried quite a bit because the king is not safe, and the fact that black actually gets some space here on the queen side for the time being doesn't mean much, right? Because as looking at the situation in the center, so pawns are blocked, and then if we divide the board in two, so queen side, black has more pawns, black attacking on the queen side. White has kind of more stability in the center. White is not really looking for e3, e4, I don't think so. He's looking more at the king side, attacking the king. And then, I don't know, some people like it, but like, you know, slow positional attack on the queen side. Some people like it, but I don't quite understand, seriously, being a grandmaster. What are you attacking? Do you want to win my pawn or what? Seriously, yeah, of course, it's oversimplifying it and like has his chances and so on. But for white, it's much more easier because you have the main target, it's the king, right? So you can sacrifice material, you basically know what you're doing. And with black in this situation, you're always going to be kind of questioning yourself. Is my positional gain, is my positional achievement enough to compensate? Am I getting checkmated? Yes. Am I allowed to win this pawn eventually? Or maybe I'll be checkmated. So it's much tougher with black. Well, in fact, Andrei Osipenko has played knight to c6, well, creating some threats on the way. Well, actually makes a lot of sense. I still believe knight b4 and to trade the bishop is sort of a positional threat, so probably white will have to react.
All right, so if you play a3 to avoid knight b4, then black is ready to take the pawn on d4.
Yeah.
And there are way too much pieces on e file, and the king is also not castled. So that's black's plan.
So it's probably still not the end of the line though, because white can try to go there, you know, like knight b5, opening the attack on the knight, and who knows what's that? I mean, it can lead to some really crazy complications. And if white wants to be safe, I'm not even sure what he does. D takes? But then apart from B takes, which is, once again, leaves white far less comfortable in the center, right, because of a threat of d5, d4. But also, after dc5, you might as well include knight to b4 with the tempo, then take on d3 with the check, then take on c5. Yeah. So that's a good reaction, knight c6. And yeah, maybe things are not looking that grim for Andrei Yusupenko after all.
Yeah, and he only spent like 2 minutes to come up with this move, knight to c6, and now it is white to
spend his time
and find the move that can surprise Andrei here at this point. Earlier, when we started to analyze this game, there was a move 9, queen c2, and one of our viewers asked why queen c2, because
here.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I mean, they do this, right? And interestingly, that's kind of the main setup. Yeah, they put the queen on c2.
Well, at the point, bishop h7 is a
yeah,
threat.
so that's kind of creating a direct threat. But seriously, to answer why exactly you play queen c2 here, it's not that easy. No, seriously, because, pardon me, over here, for instance, there is this move queen c2 which stops bishop to f5, right? Sometimes. And then it's kind of a clear explanation why exactly you went queen c2, because, yeah, after e3, black technically has this bishop f5 move. It's a different line. It's, well, they kind of hold, but not very pleasant to play with black. And, yeah, the question, why queen on c2 specifically in this moment, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to this question. It's in white's plan, right? Queen to c2.
Yeah, to put this piece here. And also, like, there is, like, in case of castle here, you have to be careful not to fall for bishop h2.
Yeah, castle's short runs into bishop h2, which is actually a nice nice find by Keti. Yeah, and then knight g4, and then black wins the bishop back, ends up being up a pawn. So interestingly, we could argue that if not queen c2, which doesn't seem to be necessary, but what other move are we playing? What other move are we playing? Like if we play f3, which I said also is sort of a plan, but then we don't have a good reaction to h6, right? Because bishop has to stay there, guard the guard the e3 pawn. So maybe that's the whole point of Yusupenko's play. So with the bishop on d6, rook on e8, maybe white kind of runs out of comfortable move, but queen c2, I don't really think it's a bad move, right? So queen to c2. Also, kind of asking black to address the problem of h7 pawn being hanging. So you could think g6, but then yeah, first of all this spin, and also like with white still not being castle short. After g6, you should always be worried about h4, h5, especially nowadays, right? Like in any position where h4 can be played, believe me, it will be played by someone. Yeah, so here, in fact, like, yeah, h4 and h5 is already a threat. If black plays h5, then, yeah, I'm afraid bishop g6 just wins for white. So, yeah, so this is it. Let's quickly check other couple of games before we go for the first and hopefully well-deserved break today. Board number 2. What do we want to see? Board 2. Let's see someone like of favorites or Elo favorites playing with the white pieces. Here, not even sure. It looks like something heavy, kind of theory heavy. G2, G3, which is described as the Catalan opening, right? Has the name of Catalan opening. Captures here, bishop g2, a7, a6. 7, a6 used to be kind of a sharp move. Castles, knight to c6. I don't know, perhaps we have to say like a couple of words. I mean, what's going on?
This is the theory here, as nowadays in Catalan defense, d takes c4 is very intrigue line for
Yeah,
white.
I think it's kind of an ambitious move,
Yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
I mean, you can be solid with like first playing bishop e7, castle, like doing all the things you would do in the queen's gambit, right? And
Yes.
then decide what to do with the center.
But some people call that boring, so they want to
Yeah.
be very ambitious, so they will take this pawn
Yeah,
here, and after
dc4,
bishop g2. Bishop g2 is not attacking c4 pawn right away,
Absolutely.
like knight e5 or queen a4 or queen c2. So bishop g2, and now black plays a6. So this is a bit like weird move. If you give me a time, I might play b5 next move.
Yeah.
And I will never give you the pawn on c4.
No, so the story, as far as I understand, that b5 immediately is, I don't even have the refutation to it, but like after a4, you don't have a comfortable way of keeping this pawn on b5. Yeah, if you trade, so you lose both extra, but white takes on a4, takes on c4, material equal, and white has better structure. You cannot play a6 because the a pawn is pinned. And if you play c6, okay, it doesn't lose immediately, but once again, it's very, very uncomfortable. Some knight e5, and white gets tremendous pressure. So a6, yeah, a6 is clever because, like, black, as you said, like considers playing b5, and at the same time, if we include a4, like black plays a6, white plays a4, there is this idea with knight to c6, no queen a4, and also sometimes the knight will go to a5 to defend the pawn and later jump to b3. One of the reasons, yeah.
Also, in this point, after knight c6, d4 pawn hangs in many lines, and you cannot play queen to c2. So we just found a lot of ways how black is keeping the pawn in the center on c4. And as a Catalan player, I hate that. I hate that, like, once I realize that I'm sacrificing this pawn, I'm playing gambit, and the whole of my game is so much focused to take the pawn back, then I understood that I'm not comfortable with it.
Well, that's very interesting because recently I kind of came back from retirement, played the tournament over the board, and that was exactly my feeling because I was like, being active player some 10 years back, 15 years back, I remember I wouldn't care less about this c4 pawn. Okay, we sacrifice a pawn, we are pawn down, we don't care, we just play chess. And now my first instinct, I was playing against a fellow grandmaster, and I was thinking, okay, now he's threatening to take my pawn. He's threatening to take, and maybe I will not take it back, so I'll better defend it. Right. Anyway, what happens there, yeah, I think we should just mention this is a theoretical line, bishop to d7. So here, once again, there are some tricks. So after e3, there is this move rook to b8, planning for
b5.
b5.
Bishop b7 then.
And yeah, so basically you have to play, so the main idea, like you can't really play b5 immediately because knight to e5 and some problems on the day. If you address the issue with rook b8, then white has knight f to d2, clear the move, opening the bishop so that the knight is attacked, and planning to win the c4 pawn back. Therefore, bishop to d7. After queen e2, I wanted to say black plays b5, but he doesn't. Interestingly.
He does not?
He doesn't, no.
Knight e5?
Yeah, but I think that's kind of an eternal debate in all those Catalans. Like knight e5, knight takes, and one would say white wins an exchange. And yeah, exchange is obviously when you win the rook for a minor piece, right? But here I'm not so sure if it's so good for white because black gets the pawn and also a lot of like light square ideas, like later on bishop c6.
Yes, I remember here the engine gives
around equal.
Yeah, equal.
It gives around equal. And black instead goes for bishop d6, queen takes c4, castles, knight c3, and yeah, e5 is the big idea here. Interestingly, black starts with h6 first, taking care of g5 square for whatever reason. e4, e5. White trades everything here on e5, develops the bishop to e3, b5, and queen to c5. Okay. So what can we kind of conclude from here? I like white's position, I have to say, because now it happens so that the bishop on d7, when we played this move with black a few moves back, it served specific purpose to protect the knight and to try to kind of to hold to this pawn on c4. And since now the material is balanced, then okay, like we've lost the c4 pawn back and so on. We would clearly prefer this bishop to be on b7, not on d7. So I think that perhaps one of the factors which makes it more comfortable for white. But interestingly, now paying attention to the clock situation, look, it's 43 minutes for white, more than an hour for black.
Yeah. He was really trying to get the pawn back and looking for some ways.
So what's interesting, bishop e3, no. Yeah, so all that was blitzed out. All that up to this point was blitzed out by black. So bishop e3 was the first perhaps independent move where black eventually spent some time. And yeah, queen to c5. And okay, Arseny Nesterov is another grandmaster, right? So
yeah, we don't have much of the information about him, in fact, and all I know is he's a grandmaster since 2 years already, and for now he's 21 years old. Oh, how he can be 21? Sorry, he's 18 years old, yeah, we just have not got enough information. I hope at some point we can have some interviews to know the players better.
Yeah, but can you check his opponent? Because judging by his name, Abdurrahmonov, I'm guessing he must be from the land of Olympic champions.
Yeah.
From Uzbekistan.
Yeah, he's from Uzbekistan, and he's FIDE master. Let me check more details if we can find any of it. And what's very interesting nowadays, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, they are having so strong kids raising right now and playing all these events and showing the best results that we're kind of like the chess focus might go to that direction these days.
Absolutely. And honestly, the thing is, now it's of course very easy to claim when Uzbekistan won the Olympiad, but I want to say I knew it a few years back, or actually quite a few years back, because I remember playing open tournaments in Uzbekistan, and I was back then like 2650, one of the Elo favorites, and you play those kids basically, 2300 players, 2400 players. And every game, it's such a tougher position that once again you understand they're probably underrated. They're playing inside their country. They don't have high ratings, but they're very good. They're very good. Right. Nevertheless, this looks like something that I would prefer with white. But yeah, let's see how this unfolds. 15 moves into the game. I wonder how many... Yeah, like 1 hour and a half already, and not a single result yet, right? That's a good thing, because imagine what was called the Grand Swiss, with adult grandmasters competing. I believe every single round there would be one game that would finish in a draw pretty quickly.
At least, if not more.
Not here, not here. Everyone is so competitive that, they are playing, they'll be fighting for as long as they can.
Only the title, only first place is important at this event. And for the player here with black pieces, Muhammadli, he's 20 years old. This is the last tournament for him at the junior championship. So there are many players like him who has the last year, and this is the chance for them to use. And as we already mentioned earlier, the federation usually sends 1 or 2 players here maximum. So it's not the youth championships where some of the federation has 100 participants.
Yeah.
So
that's totally different.
No, it's just 1 or 2 per federation. But as always, we do have a lot of Indian participants here at this event, and I'm afraid we're going to see a lot of these players in the last rounds being on the top boards. So we might have
won't be surprised. Yeah,
new players to see. But now, for the moment, that's all what we have.
Okay, so check board 3 as well. Frederick Svane against Utsab. Can't really see the
Utsab.
First name.
So hard.
Chatterier something. Yeah.
Very hard last name, and this is our first participant, as we're gonna see from India at this event. His rating is 2345 for the moment.
And also I want to say, okay, his name is maybe not that easy to pronounce, but how to access this position? Isn't it even harder? Because I mean, I don't
Who's
know
better
what's going
now?
on. Yeah. So material. If we are talking about material, it's queen and 3 pawns against rook and 2 bishops. So technically, white has more material. If we assume, once again, the very basic scale where we value rook as 5, the minor piece, the bishop as 3, right? So it makes total of 11 for black, and then queen is 9 to 10 plus 3 pawns, white's better. But that's very simplistic. And in fact, at least, yeah, I believe that's universal experience, that the more pieces you have on the board, kind of, the better it is for the side with the pieces. Because, yeah, you simply have too many men, right? If you find one weakness, you can attack it 3 times, right? Your opponent has only the queen. Okay, it's the strongest piece, but it's only one piece. So whenever you start attacking some targets, you find targets in your opponent's camp, you will have a very high success ratio of winning those pawns or whatever. Right. So with black, I would be very optimistic about this position. Once again, maybe not for a good reason, but yeah, for now, to me, it really looks like black should be the one pushing. But who knows? Both players have roughly the same time on the clock, so apparently it wasn't like one player's preparation and the other one was finding, finding games on his own, finding moves, yeah. Anyway,
Well, also
very
this,
exciting position.
It is. But also the funny thing is that black is missing so much pawns. But if there's a pawn on h7 and there's a pawn on b7 or on the queen side, then obviously black is the one who has maybe even winning position. But
yeah, but even like this, yeah, probably winning would be too much. But I'm guessing black shouldn't be worse. Black shouldn't be worse. And I'm really curious to kind of track back on what was happening there. I mean, not maybe from move 1. I'll just mention that it was some Sicilian defense, yeah, with something like this, right? Usually black later plays d5, and we are talking about some flexible center. So it was on move 5, right? Then on move 10, we've reached this position. So black has a beautiful center, but white kind of concentrated forces against this center, and maybe something is hanging. On move 15, probably we have to start from there, yeah. ED5, CD5, and white went for some combination, I want to say.
wow.
So knight takes, bishop h7, queen d3 check, whoa, king g8, queen takes d5. Okay, but white still is a piece down. Yes, he sacrificed 2 pieces, the knight on d5 and the bishop on h7.
Right.
One back, only one. So black moves the bishop away. Now, what happens is queen takes e5, attacks this, and attacks the queen. But black still has resources, it would seem.
Bishop f6.
Bishop f6. But then white captures on d8, and then if you take the bishop, then white obviously wins, right? Rook a8, you have to take, and then bishop e5, and it's what? It's 3 pawns, right? Okay.
That's too much.
It's too much.
For
Yeah. Even
colored
opposite
bishop,
colored
yeah.
bishops, but 3 pawns, rooks on
Too
the board,
much.
it should be easily winning. So maybe white was counting on this and quite possibly just missed that black can take it back. Now the queen is attacked and the bishop on b2 is getting lost. So queen to a5, bishop takes b2, and interestingly he decided not to take on a7, but instead went for c4 and bishop d4. That's what happens. A very unbalanced position, this one.
Yeah, it's so hard to find here the target for black. Is we were talking about finding the weaknesses here. So far, what I can see, maybe f2 pawn can be the target.
F2 is very tempting. I don't know how to do it. Like maybe my plan is to play bishop b6 to see where the queen's going, right? Ideally, I would like this bishop to be somewhere else, so I would be able to play rook
bishop
e2.
f5, bishop f5, bishop d3, but queen is out there.
But the queen is controlling it. Yeah, so, I mean, maybe it's tricky. It's once again, we humans turn to I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking for myself only, but whenever I see a lot of pieces, I'm optimistic. I think, oh, okay, we'll trap the queen, we'll attack, and so on. But well, my experience analyzing these positions with the computer tells me that if the queen is used properly, and you can actually control a lot of squares, and you can disturb your opponent in so many ways so that it's not that easy at all.
It's not, and here black has really this task to, so I think black has more, like harder task than white here.
Yeah, probably. On the other hand, if let's say, if I'm not that optimistic, if I'm not playing for a win, but I'm just trying to be solid, does white really have a plan of, winning the game? Not clear. If I'm just, I don't know what I'm doing, or h3. Okay, maybe I just play g6 and bishop f5, preparing bishop f5. Okay, we'll see.
We'll see that, and we're gonna leave here both players at this point to understand the position better, and then when we are back, we can find some answers. But we also have a question to our viewers that we can just, when we come back, we can read out the answers in the chat so far. If you can find any of your favorite games in open section or women's section, please let us know, and we're gonna start our broadcast in the commentary with that game. So, and of course, don't go anywhere because this break will be very short, and see you guys in a few minutes.
Yeah, see you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy, and here we are, your commentators, Mira and Keti. And we had already first part of the tournament just started. The games has been started by the arbiters at 3:30 local time, and we have the games delay. So guys, we have 15 minutes delay, and some of the questions that we're asking to you, we might you might hear it a bit of late, like 15 minutes late, and at some point we're gonna answer you back.
Yeah,
you have to be
the
here.
trick. Yeah, that's a tricky situation because we all accustomed by now with delaying the broadcast for 15 minutes, namely the relay of moves. But how is it watching the show, which is 15 minutes delay, and still interact with the commentators? This is a tricky part, guys. So you'll have to bear with us. We will try to address questions that we see on YouTube, but do not expect us to react immediately. Yeah, that's the key.
Yeah.
All right. So for round one at full swing, almost 2 hours into the round. And I wanted to mention, yeah, of course, a lot of players, right? But wanted to mention, so last year, under 20 World Championship was won by Ukrainian Evgeny Stembulak, who is not here now.
Okay.
And there is a participant from Ukraine whose achievements so far I find really amazing. So Ihor Samunenkov, who is on board 22, not that high up, but consider that he's only 13 years old.
Amazing.
13 years old, international master, 2470, something like that. I believe already has few titles under blah blah, under 12 something. I remember him taking silver when it was held online. So it's probably 2020, right, in the middle of pandemic. So yeah, an interesting, very, very young, very, very promising kid. So hopefully will do well in this tournament. I'll be rooting for him, of course.
Indeed, Amir, we were talking and joking about how chess became young, and we were talking if you are not a grandmaster at the age of 10, then
No, but that's of course it's a joke. Yeah.
But here, what we can see, the progress of the Ukrainian chess player is amazing. He became a candidate master at 2020. And then next year he became FIDE Master 2021 and then International Master 2022 this year. So we can see how much he's progressing, which is amazing. And very often, like it's happening to many chess players' cases, like also myself. When I got the one title, then I had like at least 2 years to collect another norms of my other titles. So it was not like every year I was getting a new title, but here when we have this kind of cases,
he's progressing very, very rapidly.
Yeah.
And I think I first heard of him a few years back when he was just a little boy, and like everyone would tell me, okay, that's a talented kid and so on and so on. Yeah, and now it shows already, and like at this age, that's actually perhaps the best age to improve. So I will not be surprised if he'll become 2600 Grandmaster in a couple of years, right?
Yeah, you guys, we have to remember his name and the last name very well, because we might have another star just burning right now at this event. So really looking forward to see him in the last rounds, how he's doing.
Yeah, okay, that will be a tough tournament for him, especially like competing with the older guys and 11 rounds and so on. But let's see how he's gonna do. Yeah, I've happened to have his game open, so maybe we might as well take a look at which seems to be a very interesting position, but also the clock situation. As soon as we get the game, just look at it. So white apparently is much better prepared. I don't care about the position on the board, but a 1 hour difference. Black already being in a time trouble by move 16. So some sharp, I believe, Ruy Lopez line or something.
11 minutes for this position. I would be so nervous if I were black.
Yeah, like knight on c6 is hanging. It's pinned 2 ways. Like, and I don't know, while we were talking, I was thinking what to do with black. It's not entirely clear. like how not to lose material, because one could think, yeah, I have this knight e7 move, right? And when the queen takes, I'll take on d5. Well, this might actually work.
How about
Now
d
that
takes
I'm thinking,
e5
we can take on e5 then, yes. And then black takes back, and then when we take the knight, black has this trick. Bishop takes f2, and then take the rook at the end. It's already a long line, yeah, but we could extend it, because white probably takes with the king counterintuitively to be able to take the pawn on e5. And if anyone's better, it's white, of course, here. So, yeah, an interesting player and a very interesting position as well. Do we have any results, I'm wondering? Just let me scroll all the way down. We do have the first result. On board 30, white has already won. That was, I don't know what was happening, and it's on move 28, it's already an endgame. White is a knight and a pawn up. Yeah, it's, I believe, it's not such a huge, I was actually thinking it must be like a huge difference in elo.
No, it's not. I thought it's like lower rated game here, like really low rated game.
So white is 2440, black's rating is just some points shy of 2200. I don't know, looks like some longish theoretical line perhaps. Benko gambit, and I don't know what was happening. A7, and black for some reason decided to capture here, and it was some really sharp game. Black kind of blundered the piece. I don't know how it happened, but black, yeah. So here after a7, you probably just take on a7. But black decided to take on e4, white promotes. For some reason, he did not take on c3 here. Well, decided not to. Rook b8, knight e2. Check. And then bishop d2.
I think bishop d2 was
maybe bishop d2 was just missed. Yeah, maybe bishop d2 was just missed. And yeah. Anyway, that's anyway the intriguing part when first win of the tournament. And so it's actually might not be the first one, because on board 43 black has already won. Once again, I don't know what was happening there. It seems like a longish game, so could just open the final position with apparently a lot of things happening.
Pawns.
Apparently a lot of things were happening. All right. So there are some results. I can understand it, but on the top boards, the fight is still on.
I had a chance on the break to visit the playing venue, and I saw Esipienko walking a lot, but it's not just walking. You know, when chess players are just walking and also thinking about the game. So that also this body language showed me that he is quite tensed right now, and he is fully into his game, and it's not easy run for him the first round.
Right, and I'm once again taking a look at the girls tournament on board 4. Beytullayeva Govhar with white. Once again, one of the ELO favorites against Denisa Andrea Bukur, if I read it correctly. Once again, pardon me for mispronouncing the names of the players sometimes. It's like simply sometimes the rules of the language people are coming, of the countries people are coming from, like, like you have the same word and then it will be pronounced in different like in
way.
Romanian, Turkish, and that. So,
Yeah, earlier our chat said on Twitter that we are two commentators of who has longest last names.
yeah, exactly. That actually, by that time, it's sort of a meme. Whenever I'm asked by some official, like, checking in at the hotel or airport, is that, and what's your name? You don't want to hear it. I mean, here's my passport, just
Yeah.
copy it from the passport.
Yeah. We should choose some fancy last name for the
Yeah.
hotel check-ins.
Absolutely.
Sure, this one. I have to announce a little thing right now.
Yeah, sure.
I have to just leave for a moment. You and perhaps some of the participants will join us for the interviews. Maybe we can get some of the players who already
yeah, so that's,
got finished the game, and we can also wait for the top votes to finish. So I'm gonna leave you like about 1 hour here. I hope you're gonna have a good company, and we'll be back right in 1 hour. So you guys, please don't go anywhere, and see you shortly.
Yeah, for those of you who decide to stay on this broadcast, let me tell you that this will be much less entertaining. I'll be talking about chess all the time. But anyway, yeah, we'll promise Keti to wait for her, and yeah, we'll be, yeah, as you can see, here's Keti. We are waiting for Keti to come back, and meanwhile, let's look at some chess games. Right, so as I said, it's board 4 in the ladies tournament. So Gulfhar Beydullaeva with white, and well, perhaps if you guys don't mind, I'll start from the very beginning. So let's fulfill one of the purposes of this stream, which is also to be a bit educational, right? So I'll try to talk about this, this game, and maybe explain what happens there. So after c4, d takes c4, so-called Queen's Gambit accepted. Unlike King's Gambit, which is pretty much the same moves but mirrored on the other, on the other half of the board, it's far less sharp. So Black pretends to accept the, the gambit pawn, but never tries to keep it really. So knight to f3, once again, one might be puzzled why to start with knight to f3, because your main purpose is to win the pawn back, right? Once again, quote-unquote gambit. You sacrifice the pawn and your main purpose is not to attack, but to win the pawn back, so it's not really a gambit then. Why to start with knight f3? Because, yeah, e3 or e4, well, e4 is actually a legitimate move, right? e3, not so much, even though they do play e3. But then in this case, Black can play e7, e5, and yeah, considered to be quite an interesting option for Black. So knight f3 stops this possibility. Black replies with knight f6, then stopping White from playing e4, building a center. e3, e6, White wins the pawn back. Black goes c5, undermining White's center. Castles. cd4, as far as I know, so Black, in our game, Black just captured on d4 immediately. cd4, as far as I know, is considered to be a bit premature. So the usual lines would be either knight c6 or a7, a6, intending to play b5. Then, b5, bishop to b7, knight to d7, something very flexible. And the point is, Black doesn't really want to capture on d4 himself. And why not to develop the bishop on e7 to be able to take on c5 in one go if White decides to capture on c5? Okay, that was a bit of a clumsy explanation, but I hope you get the point. So c takes, e takes. The drawback of it is that Black sort of defines the structure, the setup in the center too early. That gives White the possibility to develop the initiative, and especially the next move. Okay, maybe not the exchange itself, but bishop d6 is, I'm afraid, not the not the best square for this bishop, because after bishop g5, this pin becomes problematic and you'd be much better off having the bishop on e7. So knight goes to d7, logical, rook to e1, so-called isolated pawn on d4, right? We call isolated the pawn which does not have its colleagues on the nearby verticals, files, right? So no c pawn for white, no e4 pawn for white. Therefore, the d pawn is isolated. It's alone, cannot be protected by the pawn, right? And usually those structures are very dynamic, so to speak. So side with the isolated pawn, white in this case obviously has some benefits, a little bit more space, semi-open files, the E file and the C file, as I've mentioned, right? But also has some, some downsides. One of them being the D pawn potentially is weak. Queen to C7, bishop B3, A6. Once again, queen to C7 I don't really like, because black will end up losing more tempi here. I'd say here after rook A to C1. So this opposition, the X-ray of white's rook and the black's queen, is very unpleasant for black. So already knight takes b5 is a threat, so discovered attack on this queen, right? Therefore, black has to lose more time going for queen b8, and white plays bishop c2. So building this battery against the black's king. For now, it does not really threaten anything, I want to say, but after, say, bishop b7, black tries to accomplish the development, white already can go knight e5. And here there are threats, right? To take on d7, to take on f6, basically, white just needs to get rid of the f6 knight, and queen h7 will be a checkmate. That's already a very, very dangerous position for black. After bishop c2, and if we look at the clock, and I don't think we've mentioned ever, the time control here is 1 hour 30 minutes, 1 hour 30 minutes with a very common increment of 30 seconds after each move. The digital clock is used. So 1 hour 30 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then each player, upon completion of 40 moves, gets half an hour till the end of the game. So my rough estimation would be that a round takes perhaps like 4.5, 5 hours, unless we have some really, really long games. Right, so this looks like white is very close of seizing a very serious advantage. Because, yeah, this battery is not going too far, right? It's not going anywhere. In fact, if you try to block the diagonal with g7, g6, among other things, so that actually makes, we can agree that this actually makes black's king side look very loose, right? And among other things, one can consider sacrificing the rook on e6 immediately, right? Deflecting the f7 pawn, decoying, right? So f pawn has to take the rook, otherwise you just a pawn down. And then white captures on g6 with a check, and I believe, like, it looks like it's not the only way to win, but knight e4 is very interesting. Me personally, I would start by giving a check on h6, just get this exact same position, but without the h6 pawn, never hurts. And then, yeah, like knight to e4, basically you just have to get rid of this knight, right? Knight to e4, if black captures, white captures. And the logic behind this kind of sacrifices, behind this kind of attacks, is that in the resulting position, black is material up, right? I mean, if we count, it's what? It's rook up for black still. But on the part of the board where the actual game is happening, right? On the part of the board which matters, so to speak, and it's obvious that it's a part of the board around the black king. It's white who has a decisive material advantage, right? Because black pieces, the rook on a8, the queen on b8, bishop on c8 can be included in this bunch. They're just way too far from the main theater, so to speak. Yeah. So, okay, I'm getting carried away with those sacrificial lines, of course, but yeah, just wanted to illustrate that this is quite dangerous for black. Anyway, shall I be going back to the top boards of the open section? Yeah, let me go back. And yeah, that was one of the games that have already finished. I'll go back to board 1 to Yesipenko and his opponent Galavis Medina. The game that we've discussed the most, but yeah, what to do? That's the ELO favorites that we'll be talking the most about. Once again, I should not be complaining too much, but that's a very, very hard task now that I'm thinking. The Open tournament with more than 50 boards, and what do you do in this situation? You're either switching from board to board all the time, spending like 10 seconds, but not only the viewers won't understand anything, I won't be able to understand anything, or you have no other choice but to concentrate on the, on the top boards. Right, anyway, we'll wait for Keti to come back and maybe she'll update me on some, some games that, well, somewhere in the middle of a pack, which are very, very interesting as well. All right, knight to c6, it was, I think, the last move we've seen. Yeah, white reacted with bishop to b5, I think I've mentioned this move briefly. Bishop to d7, white goes g5, pretty straightforward. Knight to h5 is very logical. Once again, perhaps needs a bit of explanation that if black captures on g5 and bishop takes back on g5, then this knight is really vulnerable. I mean, the pin there, so you don't really want to move the queen away because, yeah, bishop f6, gf6 leaves the black king totally open. The g file opens for white, and perhaps not as valuable of a target, but d5 pawn, believe it or not, right? The knight is pinned, the rook's on d1, the knight's on c3, so d5 pawn, in fact, is a very important target as well. So you don't really want to be capturing on g5. Instead, Yesipenko goes for knight h5, so he kind of wants to capture on f4 and try to use the fact that, yeah, there are some pins on this e-file, depending on which piece recaptures back. Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, and it's a current position. So what happens there? The g5 pawn is attacked, and technically we can say the bishop is attacked on f4, but ideally you would prefer not to trade this bishop. So what can white do here? I would consider a couple of options for white in this position. If, let's say, I find myself to move with white here, one thing is the most straightforward, to try to capture on h6, because why not, right? And then I'm wondering, perhaps black is in no rush to take, but instead he plays g7, g6. And interestingly, that'll be an illustration how your opponent's pawn sometimes protects your king, because next move for black, maybe not exactly the next move, but kind of on black's agenda would be to play king to h7 and then eventually trade here and win the pawn back. So in this case, looks like black sort of stabilizes. So after gh6, yeah, g6 seems to be an option. Alternatively, what you could do is to try to play h4. So hold the pawn on g5 for now. If black is so naive to take on f4, so be it, we take back. And then, yeah, g5 pawn is obviously a taboo because, yeah, queen h7 checkmate is threatened. So you don't want to be opening the h file for white. But maybe something along the lines of take on f4, take on d4, go bishop c5. Something like that has to be done with black, which in fact makes the position really sharp. White cannot really leave the e4 square. If you go back, then after d4 everything collapses, right? So this rook is hanging, the knight's hanging, well, just a nightmare. But after bishop c5, there is one idea to just leave the rook on d4, protect it, say with the knight, and black ends up being an exchange up. Yeah, rook and the bishop against a couple of knights, but the white is so much stabilized with the knight on d4 and still has some attacking prospects on the king side. So I'm not really sure how to assess this position, and obviously white is facing a very, very important choice right there. Move 16 down to 23 minutes, facing the top seed. It's not an easy task, yeah. Right, and then, yeah, kind of coming back to what we said about g4 and so on. g4 looked cool, but, well, perhaps, well, there were more precise moves than rook d1 or, you know, bishop b5. But it's, once again, it's only in retrospect that one can say, okay, it was a mistake, but you can only say so after, you know, after it's already played. Right, perhaps we'll take a look at some other players which were not featured yet. I'd say board 5, for instance, where you have for black, very young, once again considered to be a very promising international master, Volodar Murzin, against, I believe, a player from India, Rahul VS, so only see the initials, don't know. And I don't have Keti next to me who would confirm, who would confirm where the player comes from. From what I can see, that's some... Once again, apparently it was a very sharp position here. I'm not sure what's the current evaluation is. Let me go a little bit back. So once again, and honestly, I've been criticized a lot as the commentator not going back all the way to move 1, but you know, I'll probably simply click through this anyway. So started after 4 moves, one can say it was a King's Indian. It was a system with bishop e2, bishop e3, which nowadays is very popular. After knight d7, knight f3 transposes into something else. The move c6 is known, d5 and then c5. So everything's blocked in the center. Look, like a very nice, very stable structure. And it's usually in these positions, it's all about who is more successful. Will it be white with his attempts to apply pressure on this formation in the center with f4 and b4, or b4, or both? Yeah, you don't really know just yet. Or will it be black? Black does not have realistic chance of pushing b7, b5, but much more often goes for f7, f5 in such situations. Yeah, well, typical King's Indian plan. Therefore, so white acts accordingly, goes to e1, tries to get the knight to d3, and then either b4 or f4 will happen. And instead of going for f7, f5, which would be move the knight away and just push the f-pawn, black actually plays h5. The point of h5, as far as I understand, is to try to get king h7 and swap the dark square bishops, which in this case perhaps favors black. All right, bishop g5, rook e8. Rook e8, if you ask me, I want to say seems to be too slow. Knight d3, knight f8, so that's this maneuver. Knight f8, knight h7, try to get rid of this bishop. Queen d2 and bishop h6. And once again, playing with the black pieces is a huge elo favorite in this game, but sometimes, especially when you are young and you're a rising star, you pay too much attention to the rating, and I can relate because I've been in these shoes myself. I've never been a rising star, but I mean, you know, in a younger age when I don't know, reached like 2600 at some point, and I was thinking, I just have to beat my opponent because he's lower rated, right? Not paying too much attention to what the actual position on the board is, because what I want to say that black actually takes quite some risk strategically by trying to keep the position complex. Anyway, and from what it looks now, actually looks very promising for white, if you ask me. f4, e takes, and now I would actually think of rook takes f4 as well, because, well, a couple of words about this kind of positions. Like, first things you see is the e5 square, which black probably will end up controlling, and one could think, okay, but then black is fine, but as long as you have that many minor pieces on the board, it turns out that one square on e5 is not enough. Right, so in ideal world, it would be black's knight on e5 against white light square bishop, right? For this, you have to trade some minor pieces, and then you can say black's okay. But usually, if you happen to have that many minor pieces on the board, it's actually white who has quite a promising attack. So what happened in our game, white decided to capture on f4 with the queen. Black took responsibility to take on e4. Knight takes, queen to f7 check, so black allowed all that. And king to h6. And to be honest, I'm quite surprised with white's next move, which is queen to f4 check. Not even sure why would you play that, because this allows black to simply, you know, trade on f4, right? White is forced to capture with the knight, and then somehow black should be able to accomplish the development, and then in the endgame, sometimes it's actually beneficial to have the king kind of more advanced, closer to the actual events, right? So bishop f5, for instance, which is possible. Bishop f5, and then knight gets to g5, rook gets to e5, everything moves forward. Looks promising for black, if you ask me. So instead of this last move, this check, I wonder if white had other options, like pretty much any other move, like bishop f3 perhaps, which does not really blunder the knight because the rook on e8 is hanging, right? If you capture the knight on d3, white in return will capture the rook. So bishop f3 was an option. That there might have been other moves available. After queen f4, I think Morzin has all the chances to outplay his opponent in the resulting endgame. Right, have to confess quite a few names and even grandmasters' names that I'm not hearing for the first time. I won't go that far, but really never really analyzed seriously, let's say. But then, as I've mentioned talking to Keti like half an hour ago, I came back from retirement, I played the over-the-board chess, and in round one, I was absolutely demolished with white pieces by an actual very solid player who happens to be playing here. On board 16, Momchil Petkov from Bulgaria, as you could guess by his name. Very impressed. I mean, me personally, I was really impressed, not only by the way he beat me, okay, I mean, I'm not such an impressive player anymore, but the way he was playing in the tournament, very original ideas, very interesting players, very creative, so really looking forward. And also, for a change, let's say, as I mentioned, I do not know much about most of the players here, right? Because I'm usually commentating on those, pardon me, high-profile events, and yeah, not following the youngsters all that closely. But with this guy, I was preparing against him, and it's so, you know, terrifying in a way. You check the guy's games, and like this year, like a few years back, he was rated 2200, and then the next year 2300, and he keeps progressing with 100 points added in half a year, and you don't know if he's planning to stop. Apparently not. Right. So that's Petkov's game against Roy Wagman. And it looks like he's doing very well, right? Something sharp once again. White has sacrificed the pawn, but that resulted in black losing the castle, right? And with the king on f8, I'm afraid black is in a very, very bad shape. Like a threat of knight e4, for example, unblocking the d-pawn, then the d-pawn advances, and as soon as you can get something going in the middle of the board, in the center, on those central files, right? The main factor would be not black's extra pawn on the queen side, like black does have an extra pawn, but one should ask himself, I mean, how realistic that this extra pawn will matter if we are talking about very sharp middle game where black's rook on h8 is very unlikely to join the action. And the answer perhaps that this extra pawn won't matter at all, right? Because much more likely that black's gonna get checkmated. And I have to switch to the games that are finished already, because I was just talking about board 16 and 3 consecutive boards that are higher, boards 15, 14, 13, all seen results very quickly, with all favorites winning their games. So, board 13, let me check. Board 13, Artur Davtyan from Armenia apparently won his game with black already in like 2.5 hours. An easy start and also a very quick game, only 17 moves. I don't even know what happened there. It's some opening catastrophe we are talking about. I'm actually curious to just quickly look at it. So once again, yeah, d4, d5, c4, a6, knight f3, c7, c6, queen c2, this move exists, not a bad one. g3, so far so good. This position can happen from the Slav defense with queen c2 and also via Catalan moves order. So far nothing new. Bishop g2, knight to d7. So black once again tries to develop his pieces in a flexible way and play c6, c5 as early as possible. Namely, very next move, c5, a4, b4. So far favorite moves. I don't know. Believe it or not, but after 7 more moves, white just resigned. So we might as well check what has happened. dc5, knight c5. It starts feeling uncomfortable for white, but still not resigning 3 moves level of uncomfortable, right? So rook to d1, bishop to d5, queen to b1. And queen to b1 was a huge blunder, apparently. Or maybe there was no other way of moving. Nah, I mean, it should have been something better than queen b1, because after queen b1, white simply blundered the fact that the d2 knight is pinned, you can't really take on e4. So bishop e4 attacks the queen, You have to go to a2, that's the only square available. And then b3, once again, abusing the fact that the knight spinned. Yes, it was such an unlucky sequence of moves, like rook to d1 and queen b1, just lost white a game. Queen a3, bishop to c2, attacking the rook, and the very next move, doesn't matter what white does. White actually went knight e5, offering the rook, but knight d7 just wins the queen, and that was the game. So black won quite a convincing game in 17 moves. Then Adam Kozak won the game with the shortest game, c4. So apparently his opponent failed to show up in time. So that's not very entertaining. And then on board 15, let me see. So white is Daus Tere and black Kacharava Nicolosi. So Georgian player, I assume, with black. And something really sharp as far as I understand. Anyway, seems like, yeah, some Catalan opening with the pawn sacrifice on c4. Pardon me, I'll just quickly skipping the opening part. Bishop takes a8, castles. I think I've seen it many times, in fact. This position, bishop d6, bishop f4, looks logical, looks, well, quite solid for black. But I don't know how white ended up losing so quickly. That's been a lot of moves, by the way. It's been a lot of moves. And white, yeah, perhaps here we can kind of see what went wrong in this game. So white went for the kingside attack, basically all in, and it turned out there is no attack. So black just calmly collected all the material, right? Okay, didn't even collect the material, but just the c pawn, I believe, will decide the game, right? c3, yeah, okay, just traded everything. Extra pawn, and also I believe the threat is knight d3. So the g5 pawn's hanging, obviously, and what happened in the game was bishop f1, black just captured, and it's absolutely winning. But the problem is white's already a pawn down, and if you take on h6, then you are dead lost after knight to d3, rook c2, otherwise c2 will be played by black. Knight to b4, once again, you have to move the rook. c2, very next move is either knight a2 or knight d3, so black just wins. Yeah, I can see more and more results, and interestingly, so far no surprises. All favorites, ELO favorites, winning their games. What's interesting is that much faster people win with black somehow. All right, so what shall we do? Shall we move to girls section? Yeah. Let me see if we have any results here in the girls tournament. The practice has shown, at least my practice as the commentator, that if we are talking about team events, if we are talking about parallel events when you have women's section, open section, then usually women's rounds, for whatever reason, they last longer. So that's, they're always, I don't even have an explanation for that, but they're rarely like a quick draw or something. They rarely fall apart, so they keep fighting till, which makes it unpredictable and also very entertaining to watch. So far, only one result in women's section. On board 29, black has won. Daria Van pardon, can't even spell it. But she had a very unexperienced opponent, I believe. Yeah, okay, so that's the only result anyway. And here I'll be, pardon me, but I'll be concentrating on the very top board. So once again on board one, oh well, actually quite a lot of stuff has happened,
Because I think, yeah, on board one, we've seen something like this. We've discussed, like, yeah, white is probably trying to be solid, and it's very unlikely to work against more experienced opponent. And yeah, just look how this unfolds. So bishop to c2. This is one really annoying light square bishop, right? So bishop to c2, then bishop's going to go back to f5 eventually, but first let's disturb this rook. Let's see where it goes. Yeah, rook to e1, castle short, rook f to e8, all logical, no big surprises, but slowly but surely somehow black's position gets better and better. Bishop to d4, creating semi-threat of knight g5 and then attacking f7. So black decides to go b6 and then threatens c5. b4, knight to d5, rook 8 to c1, bishop goes to a4, a3, knight f4. A lot of jumping around, I believe, with some variations that players had to calculate behind it, but I'm not stopping over there. Right, f6, driving the knight away, knight goes to g4, and knight e2 wins an exchange for black. So captured here, bishop f6, and then h5. Looks like it's going to win more material, right? The knight's attacked. If you move the knight, the bishop on f6 is lost. So you have no choice but to take on g7. h5, knight d4, and I think while I was showing those moves, knight c7, rook d8, black just won the game. Move 27, yeah, rook 8 to d8, another, so it's double attack after double attack, just look at it. h5, I wouldn't say it's a double attack, but after bishop g7, hg4, knight's hanging, bishop's hanging, right? White tries to be tactically clever, attacks the rook, rook d2, counter-attacking the knight. Well, perhaps some bishop e5 would still keep the game sort of alive, but after knight e6, rook d6, the knight's hanging. If you move the knight, the bishop's hanging. And the final double attack comes in form of indirect threat. So it's a, okay, perhaps indirect threat in a sense that it's not material, it's just a checkmate on d1, and obviously the bishop on g7 is still hanging. So Elo favorite starts with a very convincing win, and once again, as we've mentioned with Keti, that's a perfect scenario. So first of all, after say 10 moves in the opening, you understand, okay, there will be no pressure, and then yeah, slowly but surely you're outplaying your opponent, you win a game, and that's a perfect start to a tournament. And tomorrow Nargil will have the white pieces and might as well extend her lead. Well, perhaps I'm a little bit too hasty talking about a player leading with such a broad field with a Swiss system. Yeah, we won't have a sole leader until like move 3-4. Sorry, round 3-4, obviously. Right. So let me see. Board two. That's one very sharp position, or by the looks of it. Is it though? Probably not that sharp. Probably not that sharp after all. So what we've seen was, we've seen this. Yeah, we've seen this. And it promised us like solid strategic fight, and it would have been so if not for black playing g7, g5 in this position, which is of course a very, very radical measure, like really ambitious attempt of taking care of an e5 pawn. g5, castles, g takes, and then the move that I kept mentioning, that knight e4 is annoying, knight e4 is a threat, and eventually when it does materialize, it turns out black had no specific plan how to fight against this knight e4, right? So bishop b4, captured there, captured on d4, so white restores material balance. Position is still unclear, I want to say, but, well, perhaps black is just not in time. So potentially, if black's in time with, say, queen c7 and castle long, he might as well be better in this position, right? Because white's king is also not entirely safe. But white kind of plays the game with great energy. So c4, driving the knight away. Knight e3, white captures. Well, perhaps that was the moment to take on e4. But then, yeah, once again, we don't know. It would have been another game. So black tries to play it very sharp and tries to be clever. Kind of captures on e5 with the queen, states that all white pieces are hanging, so I will win back the minor piece and also will end up having an extra pawn. Rook takes f4, and this check turns to be incredibly annoying, perhaps. At least black decided that there is no better move than just play bishop to c6. So knight captures, check on e3 intermediate, but it turns out, yeah, white just blocks with the rook. You can't really recapture the knight on c6, because after queen c6, it's a double attack. It's going to be double attack on the king and the rook. So not much to do. Bishop c5, a check on e5, king f8. And now, yeah, first of all, I paused there thinking, okay, king f8 looks so unnatural, but what else do you do? Otherwise, queen d7 happens to be deadly, right? In case of king e7. So king f8, don't know if it's natural or not, but that's strictly only move. So check over there, king to e7, rook to f1, rook to d8, trade here, queen b5, and I guess white is just winning. Queen b5 being a clever move. The queen is overloaded, black queen, right? So it pins the rook and it's also disturbed. Like, if you keep the pin, you're losing b7 pawn with a check, which, you know, in hindsight might have been a better choice. Because after queen takes b5, and that's the move which was played, white takes on f7 intermediate, the king goes to d6, c takes b5. And that's one of those, I want to say, tricky situations. By the way, pay attention to the clock. Black is down to less than 2 minutes. One of those tricky situations which typically occur in 4 rooks endgames, sometimes 4 rooks and the minor piece. What I'm talking about is that all the endgame rules are applicable. Like, an extra pawn is very important, you know, a passed pawn is very important, and so on. Plus, you're running a danger of being checkmated, or, well, perhaps in this case not checkmated, but the king on d6 is actually quite vulnerable. So say, you can't play rook d7 because rook d1. That's kind of the obvious illustration why the king on d6 is perhaps not the best position for this king, right? So after c b5, it looks like black's going to drop the b7 pawn. Let's be perfectly honest. I mean, the way to keep it looks that ugly that should not be seriously considered, right? Like, this is just terrible. Black, in fact, goes rook c8, attempting to activate the rook to go to c2, right? Interestingly, I would even consider doing something like h7, h3, which probably is a stupid move that I'm suggesting. Yeah, probably you just take here. Probably you just take on b7, and after rook c2, you find yourself some reaction to this rook c2. Anyway, looks like once again the yellow favorite is on the way to a smooth victory after 28th move. Also, yeah, black is down to basically 2 seconds. Board 3, just quickly. Miriam Mikrochan, as we were informed by Keti, my co-host, that Miriam last tournament she played, she scored 11 out of 11. So basically we are talking here about her continuing her win streak, it seems. And yeah, and we liked her position somewhere around here, right? Miriam Mkrtchan with black, queen to d3, and I'm not quite sure about the b5, the very next move she played. So perhaps black could have tried to still press the e4 pawn. Anyway, b5, b3, queen to e7, e5. So that's sort of a drawback, right? So e5 and then c6 pawn falls. So black had to take, knight to c6, queen e6, c takes b5, e4, very important inclusion. White goes back. Interestingly, black decided to take on c6, not on b5. This is something that I can't really comprehend, because a to b5 looks so natural. Like to take on c6 with the bishop. Yeah, okay. Anyway, that's what black ended up doing. Queen to b7, rook c4. Now, you know, it looks that this pawn formation after move f5, it does look fairly stable, right? But the moment it starts breaking apart, it will be a very tough moment for black. And black is nowhere near having some sort of an attack on the white king, so we can easily imagine, we can foresee that, you know, some simplifications. Let's say white plays rook c1, which she actually did in the game, yeah. Threatening rook c7. If you happen to trade all the rooks, but that's, I mean, just a small remark. If, say, black goes here, one of the options for white would be to try to open the diagonal for this bishop, just simply go f3. And yeah, black's position is quite worrisome. So bishop to e5, guarding c7, rook c5, queen f7. All right, so far I want to say white actually plays a very, very good game here. Bishop to f1, once again, a somewhat tricky move. No direct threat, but black has to be extremely careful of white moving the queen away and then having a threat of bishop c4. I won't be surprised if objectively black's position is not very good, let's put it mildly. So the important move right here, right now, is of course black trying to push f4, like f5, f4. I mean, for whatever it takes. I mean, if it works, it's probably good for black, but not sure if it works. Because, as I've mentioned, yeah, this bishop c4 threat somewhere might be quite unpleasant. Yeah, let me move on, and perhaps what we could try to do is not to go game after game after game, because that's too many, but just try our luck and click somewhere and let's find if the position is interesting. And for instance, I'll click on board 8, for instance, where we have Ekaterina Goltseva with white against Yekaterin Pipier. And yeah, it is an interesting period. That's a good moment I've switched there. It was a London system, and Keti, I think no, it wasn't. It was actually Queen's Gambit. It was actually Queen's Gambit. I've seen the bishop on f4 and immediately came up, oh, okay, it's a London system. Yeah, we could quickly go through this game. So Queen's Gambit, the line that we've already seen today many times. Carlsbad structure, here you go, but with the bishop on f4. e3, so, well, in a way, resembles what we had in Yasipenko's game. h3, castle short this time, so white's not involving any kind of pushing pawns on the king side. Knight e5, knight g6, bishop goes back, and f2, f4. And f2, f4, or rather not the move itself, but the setup with the knight on e5 supported by the pawns on d4 and f4, well, if truth being told, it's got to be a little bit different with the bishop being on g5, but nevertheless, but the main focus on this knight supported by two pawns, and in the old books at the very least, it was called the Pillsbury Knight. So Harry Nelson Pillsbury, well, the prodigy, the meteor, if you like, a player who stormed, well, won a lot of tournaments and like end of 19th, beginning of 20th century. A very, very talented player who happened to have some disease and didn't live very long. But yeah, but among other things, like winning tournaments, being very talented in different disciplines, he was not only a chess player, but played bridge, as far as I know, and in some other games, yeah. He did contribute to a theory of quite a few openings, and this was his find, like the knight on e5 supported by these pawns. Nowadays, well, people kind of learn how to deal with it, but yeah, back then it was like a terrifying strength. Anyway, so black goes a7, a6, the move I'm not sure black needs really. Queen f3, rook d1, so white just builds up in the center. So this exchange does not really disturb white all that much. Queen b6, rook to f2, once again a known maneuver, so it's important that there is no check. I'm wondering, is it rook f2 or moving the king was better? Anyway, rook f2 was played. Main point being, if you capture on d4, this queen runs into discovered attack, and then after bishop g6, black just loses material. So therefore, some maneuvering. Knight to e7, bishop h4 this time. g4, nicely looking setup. So apparently something went really wrong for black. Queen to d6, rook e2, and b5, g5, and I'm afraid it's too much for black to handle, because knight d7 was played, and this allows a nice, well, not very hard, but a nice combination. Bishop takes h7. If you capture it, it's queen to h5 check, followed by queen f7 check, and then collect the rook, and white just wins. Right, bishop h7, king f8, but that doesn't really change the outcome, because after queen h5, not only white is a pawn up and his attack continues, but I'm actually not sure if black makes it through next like 5 moves. Because f7, yeah, as I said, f7 is attacked. After capturing on e5, perhaps the simplest would be to take with the pawn and then double the rooks on the f-file, right? And then f7. How do you guard f7? Yeah, I think it's just terrible. And by the way, this is what has happened. So black captured, fe5 played. I think it's beyond any chances of saving it. All right, but what can be learned from here, I believe, is this pattern of white having the knight on e5, f7 not being protected, and then starting from here, like g5, attack the knight. Knight goes, and then bishop h7, followed by queen h5. It actually is a very, very typical combination. All right, so white's going to win this one, and we will move further. Not sure where we're gonna go. Maybe let's go back to the open tournament. Let's see what goes on there. And let's go back all the way to like board 1 and such. All right. So Yosipenko still struggles to prove superior against his much lower rated opponent. Let me see what goes on here. I think that was the position in question. That was the position we were discussing. So after trade on c6, yeah, and I've mentioned h4 as an option. I've mentioned a capture on h6, but white decided to play rook g1, which apparently isn't bad. So knight takes, h to g5. Black captured g5 pawn, made his king safe, but in return he loses the d5 pawn. I mean, it's not very hard, but a nice combination. So sacrifice the piece temporarily, then capture on c5, and the ping along the d file makes sure that you're winning a piece back, right? Rook e5, an attempt to preserve the bishop for a time being. Bishop is re-pinned, if you like, with queen d3. Bishop c5, knight takes on d5, and queen goes to d6. So, what happens there? Well, at first glance, I actually thought that, yeah, the knight on d5 usually is a sign of white doing very well and so on. But now, taking a closer look, the knight on d5 tends to be not very stable, and white's king is still in the center, and white is quite low on time, right? It's move 22 only. Oh, rather, 22nd move was just made by Yasipenko. So, white's down to like 5 minutes. I'd be seriously worried. So black perhaps might be planning rook d8, by the way. Yeah, black might be planning rook d8. Black might be planning a move like queen h6 or something. Yeah, attacking h3, doubling the rook on the e file, and then having, in case the knight returns, having some idea of, say, bishop takes e3. So interestingly, just a few moves ago, we had this discussion how black king was the target. Like the moment white played g5, for instance, which is 5 moves back, 6 moves back, something. Yeah, after g5, it was more or less easy to foresee that, yeah, the file's there, the g file is going to get open, and black king is in a relative danger, and so on, and how the tables turned in only 5-6 moves. So after that, not a sign of danger, not a sign of danger for, for the black king, and white's king is the one that should be taken care of. Knight c3 is a very tricky move, I want to say, because it seems that white is in a huge danger of the queen e6. Queen e6 basically being a double attack on, well, a material target, which is the h3 pawn, and bishop e3 sacrifice, which just wins the game, right? But the thing with queen e6 is that after queen d7, and white basically tries to bail out to go for an endgame and somehow dreams of not losing this endgame, which might be the case, yeah. So after queen d7, initially I thought rook e3 should win, but it's not obvious if it does, thanks to this knight e2 move. And then black has the perpetual, which is queen f2, king d2, queen e3 back. Black has the perpetual check. Black, no, never mind me. Check on b4, where king f1, which I originally thought, runs into queen f3 checkmate, right? So bishop b4 check, and you'll have to go rook d2. And it's a kind of a strong feeling that it has to be falling apart, but still can't really see. Rook to e8, but then white already has king d1. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's very, very very, very tricky position. So obviously black has a very pleasant choice, queen e6 being not the only option. Anyway, let me see. Yeah, queen e6 played. So for a change, I'm very happy guessing a move that will be played in the game. Queen e6, and the question remains, what will be black's answer to this move, to queen d7, which I believe is the plan for white. Meanwhile, there is one more result, and I think this might be the first upset of the tournament, because clearly Hugo Luis defeats a grandmaster, Murad Lee Muhammad from Azerbaijan, if I'm not mistaken. Gets defeated by lower-rated opponents. So I'm calling it, I don't know, upset, surprise, whatever you call it. But yeah, when lower-rated player emerges victorious against higher-rated opponent, it's always a bit of a surprise, and obviously very nice surprise for the lower-rated player. And yeah, once again, with that many games going, I'm not sure if it makes sense to thoroughly analyze what was happening. But anyway, just mention the shout out on board 7 with the pretty quickly win, I want to say. 25 moves win against the Grandmaster. Yeah, it's a perfect start of a tournament. And I want to go back to Yosipenko's game, seriously, because this is super interesting. Queen e6 is on the board, I'm guessing, and we are waiting for white to make his next move. Well, queen d7 is already played, yeah, and Yosipenko just waited for white to play queen d7 and went to h6. So, which makes it different, that the queen would have been on d3 and now it is on d7. It's not clear who benefits from this, right? h3 pawn protected, but in return, e3 pawn is kind of less protected, if I may say so. Right. Okay, as much as I'm excited to see how this game develops, I understand that, yeah, with that many games going, I can't really stay focused to the one only game. So yeah, let's go on. Let me see. Board 10 has also finished. White has won. Anything? Wait a second. We have another grandmaster, another name which is a well-known name already. Velimir Ivic. I think one of his highlights was his performance in World Cup Sochi 2021 when he went far enough. I'm guessing, like winning quite a few games. Meanwhile, on the camera view, I could see some game, and I think it's a game next to Murzin. Regrettably, the camera angle does not really allow me to see what board that is, but yeah, you could have guessed, like, by that point. We are approaching the time trouble stage, right? So, past 3 hours after the start of the round, we're approaching the time trouble stage, so obviously there'll be more results coming. Usually, yeah, that's kind of a critical part of a round where after like 30 moves, 3.5 hours, like a lot of games are done. Okay, and Ivic just won his game. The moment I've switched to this, so DE6, and black apparently just blundered with queen f4. Because after e7 he has no other choice but to resign. He loses material. If black captures, white just captures back and a discovered attack on the queen, decide the game. So Evgeny has won. But next to Evgeny, yeah, that's the game that we've already spoken about on board 7, where, yeah, the first upset of a tournament, so to speak. On the top boards, though, the fight is still going on, right? So Yesipenko is still thinking after white played rook g3 on board 2. Let me check it quickly. Oof, things happening. Nesterov actually comes up with a very, very interesting tactical trick. I don't know what was happening there, but we missed a lot in this game. And like just, you know, taking some little clips of what was going on. Like there was move 24, then around move 30, I'm just curious. Aha, so something... it was very sharp. Okay, let's agree. It was very sharp, and at some point we've gotten this endgame on the board. So opposite colored bishops, white being a pawn up, but black seemingly having some sort of a blockade here, right? Bishop takes, bishop a5, bishop e6, so black is still able to stop the pawns. Rook e1, which, by the way, threatens to capture the bishop, go d7, just win the game. Bishop h3, rook e7, threatening d7. Rook c5. Bishop b4. Oh, well, maybe he missed something. Yeah, rook f5, rook e8 check, king goes, rook e1. And it feels like a5 might have been too optimistic. Anyway, so a5, I'm trying to just drive the bishop away. And white found c3, c4, a brilliant move, controlling d5. If you capture the bishop, then after d7, all of a sudden, this pawn, which seemed to be held in place by the bishop, right, it actually falls off. It actually falls off, and white perhaps just wins. Other than that, you'll have to move the rook in order to stop the d-pawn, right? Kind of open the bishop's scope. So, but where do you go? Rook to f6 perhaps, but then white can just play bishop a3, and he still keeps those connected passed pawns. He still keeps those connected passed pawns. Yeah, like bishop d7 stops the pawns for now, but then anyway, c5, perhaps h4 to create some space for the king, and eventually this rook comes there, rook goes to c7, and I believe white should be winning. All right, so it seems like we gonna have a guest in the studio. I wonder if this will allow me for a couple of minutes of break just to catch a breather and, yeah, introduce you, our guest, properly. Yeah, so stay tuned. We'll be back very, very soon. right, so I'm back with one of the players from the open section, Grandmaster Luka Borisavljevic, and seemingly had no trouble today winning the game, or at least it seemed so. Yeah, tell me, what's your experience here? And honestly, I have to confess, I'm not following kind of youth chess that often, so I don't know. Maybe that's your 10th championship, maybe it's your, I don't know,
Yeah,
first.
this is my first World Junior Under 20 championship. I played plenty of youth championships, but yeah, among junior, this is the first one. I mean, I would have played the last 2 years probably, but it was
yeah,
really
but
hell.
that was really a problem with those, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I understand after the first round, it's a bit silly to ask you about what's your expectations and so on. And of course, being like one of the top seeds, a grandmaster, it's not that many grandmasters so far under 20 or
playing
under 20 maybe. Obviously, you're aiming high, right?
Yeah,
of course, everyone. Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously. Yeah, we had a fun discussion with Keti how chess became much younger these days, because turns out, I had to, to read the Wikipedia page on this, but under 20 junior, junior championship on it, I think it was called under 20 championship back then. It started back in 1951, and the winner of it originally would get the title of international master.
Yeah.
So nowadays, like as we used to joke, like if you're not an international master by the age of 9 or something, you probably should be doing something else. And yeah, mind if we take a look at your game quickly? Just you're absolutely welcome to point out if there are any like specific moments or just press those arrows. Wait a second so that the board will appear, because currently we can take a look, but nobody's gonna see it. So hopefully our production team can bring up the chessboard, so that we'll analyze.
Yeah, I mean, the game seemed more or less clean, though. I mean, I was kind of surprised with the timing of resignation. I expected to play a bit more, but I mean, okay, I welcomed the resignation, of course.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe they want us to talk general things. They do not let us to have the board. Anyway, shall we trust you that it was a nothing spectacular, or maybe there was something you want to highlight? No, seriously.
I mean, if you want, we can look through the game.
Yeah, but let's wait really, like that spectators will get a chance, right? So,
yeah, sure.
So meanwhile, tell me what was your journey there? It wasn't that far from Serbia, right?
Yeah, well, I basically came from. I'm studying in US currently. I just entered the University of Missouri. I'm a freshman currently, and now I came back to Europe to play 2 Serbian leagues and to play these World Juniors. So the 2 Serbian leagues went pretty smooth. We won the first Serbian league. Also, today is the last round of the second Serbian league, which I'm pretty sure we're going to win. Like, we are leading, and it would be a huge surprise if we don't win. So yeah, I hope to complete it here.
It's interesting. Yeah, maybe we can tell people at home that I think chess in this regard, it's a unique sport that you can. Well, usually think football, I don't know, basketball. You have a team and you have a team. I mean, you have a club and you play for a club, right? And in chess, you can play, like you said, 2 Serbian leagues. Is it like Division 1, Division 2?
Yeah, basically there is a first league, Premier League, which of course I play. And the team I'm playing the first board on won the first place this year. And I mean, it was a pretty convincing win. We had 4 more points than the second team. And in Serbia there's a rule that young players who are under the age of 20 can play 2 leagues.
Wow.
Which is mostly supposed to benefit norm seekers, so they can have more opportunities.
Actually, that's very logical.
Yeah, and also I can play.
So you've played the second division or whatever.
Yeah, second Serbian league also, and we are on the today is the last. It's probably over by now. I think
yeah.
we're probably already champions there as well.
So cool, double champion of Serbia.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, and so entered US university, but still with plans to continue on chess.
Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah?
why I went there, so I can improve my chess as well as academics. Yeah, it seems to.
Okay. So now we
arrived.
know that d4 has happened in your game.
Yeah, I was
Right.
white here,
And okay, maybe you'll show the world how to refute the what's it called, Semi-Tarrasch.
Yeah. Okay, here he never played this actually. So.
So you just
Okay,
went
I played
e3,
this, why not?
a6. Tell me where to stop, because
Okay,
I
more or
understand.
less-
I
okay, you
understand
can
you
go
know
to
the theory, right?
Yeah, although he wasn't really, I mean, he didn't strike me as someone prepared here, since he started to spend time quite early. Already here he was thinking. Bishop e7 was already a bit imprecise, because bishop on d6 makes more sense.
Here.
Yeah, bishop on d, I mean, whether knight e6 first
Yeah.
or bd6, because bishop there can attack more, and like after some cd4, knight d4, there will be some queen c7. Yeah, it will attack, and bishop on e7 doesn't do much. So yeah, this was, I think, a bit imprecise, and
but still we kind of gotten to
Yeah.
some isolated pawn position.
yeah,
let's
this
say.
is a very pleasant position. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't ask for much more with white, and especially from this opening. I mean, playing e3 against Semi-Tarrasch, it's not too ambitious to start with. Here, a3 was,
a3.
that's a very questionable decision, I actually think. I wasn't too satisfied with it after I played it. Maybe it was better idea to just play normally with like rook fd1, because it's not clear how he can defend the pawn after rook fd1.
In the long run, like you maybe not even threatening to. Maybe you do.
It depends. Like if he plays rook fd8, I think I cannot play knight d5 here. It's complicated. Some complicated. Yeah, I cannot play it here because after bd. Okay, I'm not so sure what I calculated, but bd5, rook c8, I think.
Yeah, let's just show. I mean, how overloaded everything is. I mean,
yeah, it's some crazy tactics.
Hikaru style, like all the possible arrows. Yeah, one can imagine. Like, for me, I still don't have an idea what's going on, and had to.
I had to calculate a lot.
Calculate it few at once.
Yeah,
so that's even harder. Yeah,
I wasn't sure about it at all. But even if I cannot take on d5, which is I probably can't. I mean, it doesn't make sense that I can. Even with some simple moves, I'm supposed to be much better here. But with a3, I let him create some disbalance.
Of a trap, right? But he falls for a trap, and it turns out.
a3. It's basically, if he doesn't play bishop a3, he's in huge trouble. Like I play b4, and his queen has to return, which means he cannot play rook fd8 either. He basically has to play something random and then go back with queen to d8, which is
d4 and queen to d8.
I mean, it loses pawns for sure.
Very pleasant for white.
Yeah, that would be.
And therefore, he felt obliged to take, but this involves
queen sac.
Shall we call it a queen sacrifice? Or
I mean, okay, material like
almost an exchange, right? I mean,
it's pretty much similar material, but yeah, when I went through this, I wasn't so happy that I let him do this, because beforehand I had a pretty clear edge. I mean, also here, of course, I have, but there might be plenty of fortresses. Like if we, I don't know, trade one rook, it's already tricky how to break. Even here, it's tricky how to break through. Like,
yeah. Well, now that I'm thinking, he has quite a margin of exchange this 3 for your 2. Let's say.
Yeah, that's already clear.
It's very likely a draw, right?
Like, no way I could win that, and like, I mean, I basically thought that my more or less only plan is to push on the king side G and H pawns, like in the long run, some G4, G5 eventually. But he actually played weird and let me win without even having to push something.
7 went.
Yeah, this already is a blunder, I think. So if he
can't really take
exactly,
because C7 is hanging.
I mean, he should have if he stood still with knight on f6, rooks on, let's say, c8 and c6. It's very unclear how.
So somewhere here.
Yeah, somewhere here. So after my queen e5, maybe rook c8.
So that rook is not hanging, and he's waiting
now
for
I
you
have
to
push,
start pushing, but it's still unclear. Right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks actually like I have some serious winning prospects here, but okay, it's far from being clear. Oh, I'm better obviously, but I have here already. I was very confident that this is going to end well, because after king h2, if he brings his rook from c1 back, I just take on d5 and.
You also
exactly
win the pawn. Even like rook c5 doesn't stop it.
Yeah, I can also take
you just take, and this rook is still hanging all the time.
Yeah. So it's. I mean, rook c1 was blunder. I think he didn't see king h2. He thought he just trade of rooks,
the rooks,
exactly, which would make his job much easier to draw. But okay, here he's in huge trouble.
So he started.
And here cute trick e4. Yeah.
e4 is nice.
Yeah. By the way, if he plays d4. D4, it would be tricky if I have to take on c1. I wasn't even 100% sure if like.
Really?
I mean, okay, takes. If I have to take on c1 and now takes on f3. I mean, it looks like okay, I'm a queen for 2 pieces, but some fortresses are scary here. Like
that's actually interesting. Yeah,
I was terrified of those ideas during the game.
It's probably winning. I wanna guess.
Okay, I have to play g4.
But that's like 100 moves.
Not something I want to play.
Guarantee.
Definitely, yeah.
No guarantee.
But
so
I have
the plan was different, right?
I have a rook d8 here,
rook
which wins
d8.
on the spot.
Rook d8 check.
King h7, bishop e4.
Yeah, and then not like that, Miro.
Bishop e4, and here after take, I just take, and after g6. Yeah, by the way, there was some line I was calculating when his rook is still on c6. Then in this position he has f5. So this is kind of a nuance that, like when he played rook c1, he doesn't have that option anymore. So after g6, it's obviously
g6, and then you just
whatever, queen e5, I guess.
Queen h8.
That's it, yeah. So yeah, he cannot take on e4 because of that. So
and then it means e4 kind of wins, yeah.
I'm not, after e4 he took. No, but even here it was kind of tricky. I'm not so happy with how he treated this position. After rook d2, I definitely should have played e5. Like, because e5 now if he plays knight e4, I have queen d8 and bishop e4, so it loses on the spot.
Nice tricks,
So
check. This is pinned, and then the knight, the knight's gone.
Yeah, so everything is hanging. So he has
e5 has to move back.
Knight d7, yeah. And here I had an interesting idea of like, okay, if I take on b7, I wasn't so sure about it. Like, okay, he cannot take on e5, but he might be able to play some king h7 and then d4, d3. Yeah, that was something I was kind of scared of. And if I play bishop g4 here, it would win if he didn't have knight f8. But knight f8 seems to hold his position kind of.
So once again, he's
I wasn't
kind of solidifying, and who knows?
It gets a bit shaky. I mean, if I play f4, interesting idea, but somehow I think bishop g4 and d4. I mean, I wasn't really sure about it because, like, okay, it can get if he somehow takes my b3 pawn, or if he starts pushing d pawn. There are plenty of ideas for him, and it's not so clear if.
Yeah, and once again, maybe we can explain to someone who's listening to us and thinking, guys are getting lost in all those lines, but. The problem is that you have to calculate all those lines.
Yeah, because I want to win on the spot.
Previously, like you understand the opposition's winning, and you don't want really to let it slip. And you have to calculate. And positions like this, even now we can stop and find, okay, this was winning. But during the game, you're never sure, right? You're looking for a clear solution.
And it's very tricky. Like, if I blunder something and we get to, I don't know, some queen versus rook, which is theoretical
which
draw.
Is for some reason, a fortress.
It's just awful thing to do. So here I played e5.
e5,
I'm not. Here I was surprised actually. I thought knight d5, but actually this is also. I'm not so sure about it.
So check, king h7,
bishop d5.
Captured.
Yeah. By the way, here if we go back, instead of bishop d5, my initial idea was to play queen c3, and queen c3 basically, materially speaking, looks better because he's forced to. If he plays rook f2, I can just take bishop d5.
You have a check, right?
Yeah, I take bishop d5, knight d5, and then queen d3. And okay, this is easy win, of course. But bishop f3, I wasn't entirely certain
bishop
about.
Takes f3.
Yeah, now queen d2, I have to
queen
take.
d2 and
bishop d5, bishop c6, whatever.
Bishop c6.
Yeah?
Should be winning, of course.
Here I thought it's winning, but I somehow thought that the other way is a bit simpler. Because like here, I still have to break through.
Bishop d5, rook d5,
captured.
Yeah, this is why I inserted queen c8 check, so his king moves to h7. If his king was still on g8, then he could play a5. But like
here,
yeah,
like
king is on g8,
let's illustrate. If the king is on g8, if the pawn's protected,
then he plays a5 and
a5
it's probably
and
fortress. Yeah, it looks drawish.
Yeah, it looks quite drawish.
Yeah, it certainly is actually.
Here, f7 and a6 are hanging. Therefore, yeah, rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5 is actually. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't so sure. I was really surprised when he resigned because in my mind I still had to win it. Like I still had to do something. I thought he will play like a5, whether last move or now, and I have to take on f7. Okay, it's easy win probably. I just push g4, f4, g5.
But anyway, like
if
he got into this position, yeah, you do not expect him to resign.
But okay, he probably saw that it's hopeless still. Yeah, if he don't play king g1, if I take on a6, then it's not so. I mean, okay, you should be winning still, but he can take on f2.
And let's just mention that, yeah,
he
will be looking for,
it's very hard for me to stop sacrifice because even if I try to limit his knight's movement with some queen d3, he can play g6. And then, okay, these are some sample lines I consider, but like b4, rook f5, and then knight d5 goes. And then if he sacrifices the knight for the pawn,
let's say
that's
this,
not something I really wish
somehow you are not able to kind of drive it away. Maybe
I'm not sure if it's
maybe you like win with g4. Who
maybe,
knows?
but
Who knows? Yeah, but let's just for our audience.
Made much more
for our audience, let's say we go here, we win the knight, but it's
doesn't seem to be
it's
enough.
not very likely that we win the game
this
like this. Yeah, that
almost certain. I
I'm
don't see
almost
how
certain
can this be a win.
once again, I don't know.
This looks very
looks like it's a draw. Yeah. So anyway, surprised by opponent's resignation.
But yeah, like king g1 was pretty smooth because now I'm winning pawn and like okay, if he gives me a pawn, it's obviously lost and f pawn as well. Okay,
b pawn's running. All right. So since we established that you are hoping to fight for the first place, as many other players are in this tournament, can you tell me if there is kind of a hidden favorite? Because you do know the guys, and obviously for me it would be, I'd say, okay, I know Ivic, I know Yasipenko, of course, that's the guy who won against Carlsen. That's my knowledge of the field, so to speak, right? Now, obviously I've heard of some players, but let's say if you're thinking like, okay, this guy's dangerous, that guy's dangerous.
No, I mean, I cannot really say, like, obviously there is rating, but
it really depends.
There are plenty of guys who can
it really depends.
Fight for the top.
If someone has a good tournament,
of course.
I was checking stats, and interestingly, the only player to win it twice was Mamedyarov in the history of under 20. And what's even more interesting, because to me, like back then when I was interested, I was checking, and it seems, from time to time, like, some random winner would appear. But now I've looked at the list, and okay, random, but maybe a couple of names who I'm not sure did become grandmaster. Probably they did at the end, but just, okay, there was some guy from Argentina, and I think one more winner that I haven't heard of. Much earlier, like 70s or something.
I had a discussion about it with our national youth team coach. We literally had a discussion about it this summer. He could list from his head all the world junior champions until, let's say, 1990. I think the first one was Ivkov.
Ivkov was the first one, quite a lot of, let's say, players who became really big, and 4 world champions, like Spassky, Karpov, Kasparov, and Vichy.
I was really impressed by his ability to list all of them.
They won under 20 championships. So it's interesting. Well, we could argue that, once again, chess became much younger, and some players already like playing with Magnus Carlsen instead of playing under 20, but still, it's something on the line. If you win under 20, that means you get invitations, you're playing some, so that's a very good, that's a very, very good achievement. So I wish you good luck in this tournament, and yeah, you're welcome. Win
thanks.
another game, and we'll invite you one more time.
Sure.
Thanks very much, guys, and I think I'll go for a little break myself and let Luca go as well. Stay tuned. I'll be back shortly, hopefully with Keti in the studio. Welcome back, everyone, and we continue with round one of World Junior Championship. Keti, regrettably, is not here yet, but she will be back to the studio any moment. So let's go on with the tournament, with the round. During the break, I was checking the results in the girls section. And most of the games on top level, on top boards have finished. No surprises, all ELO favorites are winning so far, up to board 10. Apart from board 3, interestingly, so Miriam Mukherjee, the girl who happened to score 11 out of 11 one of the tournaments, it turns out that she's not winning this game for sure. And by the way, I just realized that it was not a great timing for me to go for a break, because it's the pinnacle of the round of excitement. It's a time trouble where all the mistakes are made, where where major things are happening. Anyway, that's a really sharp position on the board. And last move White played was Queen takes E8. So the rook is pinned, therefore the queen's not hanging, and White, of course, would have won this game if not for the perpetual check, which is available for Black. Queen h3, Queen g3 should make a draw for Black, and I don't think Black can hope for anything more than that. Yeah, I mean, you do have a check, and after King moves, you might consider taking the bishop, but then when you discover that Queen f8 is actually a checkmate, you just give up on this idea and accept the draw. So Queen g3, Queen h3, and Miriam Mukherjee will make a draw, which is maybe not a disappointing start, but still, like, not winning in round one perhaps is not perhaps originally wasn't the plan. Anyway, then everything is finished in favor of favorites. Board 10 is still played in the girls section. It's Lara Schulze with White against Sala Gulua, and I think Lara is completely winning. She's up a piece with Queen against 2 rooks, so that's an extra bishop, which for the time being doesn't have that much value, one could argue. But, well, you do get the feeling that slowly but surely this bishop will play its role. Yeah, h4, clever move, undermining Black's king position. Black practically has only move rook h8, not to fall apart immediately, and then h5 is going to follow. And yeah, it is very complicated for Black, because he has to constantly monitor this h5, h6 break, right? Therefore, has to commit the rook to the h file, the king to the defense of an f6 pawn, and White should be able to win simply opening up the game on the other wing. Like I don't know, play a4, a5, and then some Queen f2 threatening Queen b6. White should be able to find the way to enter Black's camp. So here there'll be a win for Lara Schulze. On board 12, as far as I can tell, another upset. Greta Olde, rated 300 points lower than her opponent, takes the win with Black. Once again, probably not the right time to check upon the games which are finished already, just I thought worth the mention. And most of the games in the women's section are over, still like a handful of games probably going. And let me switch back to the open section, where you'd be surprised all 4 top boards are still in progress. And yeah, let me start with board 1 in this case. Andrei Yesipenko, at some point, it felt like his position was close to winning. It felt like he has a huge advantage. But I'm not sure if it was my misunderstanding of what's going on, or maybe he wasn't, well, top-notch precise, but yeah, the game is still going. They just passed the time control mark, so it's move 42, and it's endgame with queens on the board only and equal number of pawns. Still black being the strongest side thanks to potential passed pawn. So this 2 versus 1 pawn on b2 represent quite a danger. On the other hand, usually the way it goes is the moment you organize the passed pawn, the moment you push this pawn forward, you have to support it with the queen, and therefore you do not have enough defense for the king. So I'd suggest white should be looking for the way to trade 1 pawn on the king side. Easier said than done, I understand, but yeah, that's what you should be looking for. Say it's white to move, yes, so queen check and maybe queen f6, intending to play e5, e6. Yeah, obviously attacking the f7 pawn for now. And I just realized that probably it's a very silly suggestion on my part, because after queen b3, it's quite the problem. You can't go to the second rank, because then this pawn is picked up with a check. And if you go to g4, then you're losing the pawn endgame after queen e6. Yeah, not that simple, Miro. Not that simple. Doesn't really work for white. So maybe that's, maybe that's the problem. So it does seem to be holdable, and maybe it is holdable mathematically. Like if you let the engine, the chess computer, hold this position for white, maybe it will do it no problem. But it's a lot of tricks, a lot of little traps that one has to avoid with white, and that makes it, of course, very, very hard. Anyway, so far it's not guaranteed that Yasipenko is going to win. On board 2, Nesterov, remember I was praising him for this c4 beautiful move, and then connected passed pawns. Turns out it's not that simple. The d pawn was stopped. g5, h5. Okay, I mean, it was all happening in a time trouble, so it's not easy to say if all was correct, but seemingly makes sense. And rook e6. Yeah, that was move 41. Yeah. And then if you trade the rooks with white, that's quite interesting. If you trade the rooks with white, you shouldn't be trading, especially this way. You shouldn't be taking on e6. But if you do, then after f take e6, I think the situation kind of turns upside down. So it's black who is the stronger side now. Well, technically, black probably does not win. White brings the king to e3 and stops the a pawn as well with the bishop. But interestingly, with the opposite colored bishops, the moment the rooks getting exchanged, it's much more valuable to have 2 side passed pawns and not 2 connected ones. Well, implying, of course, that the connected pawns are blocked by the bishop, as we have in this case. Now, obviously, nobody's going to trade the rooks. After rook e6, rook to c3 was played, planning to support the c pawn as well. But yeah, but this lets black activate the rook. I say go rook e2 is one of the options. Maybe even this, like give a check, king f2, attack the bishop, go rook b3. I would say it should be enough for a draw for black. It should be enough for a draw. Yeah. So I'm not sure if Nesterov's going to win this one. Yeah, let's move to board 3. Well, it's a pity we left this game long time ago. Remember this very tricky material balance. Queen and a bunch of pawns against a rook and 2 bishops. And it stays so. It's a bunch of pawns, namely 3 pawns, which somehow still survived till the very end. Well, and we just got and we just got a lot of moves, and black apparently has won. A5, wait a second. So I was staring at this, right? Ah, so that's the idea. Okay, got it. So bishop d5 is a deadly threat, in fact, which I did not recognize. Yeah, a5. And I was wondering what happens if black captures on b5, but black has even stronger move, which is bishop d5, which wins the queen. And yeah, my prediction turned to be right at the very end. Rook takes, pawn takes, rook a8, and it happens to be that 3 pieces proved to be stronger than 1 piece. Frederick Swane wins the game with black. And then on board 4, is it a real position? Incredible. We've just seen quite a few games where it's a, you know, like kind of deep end game on the board, and then all of a sudden after 40 moves we still have a middle game position. That's simply incredible. Leon Luke Mendonca representing India against Chapeletto. What's the... well, the ELO difference is something like 200 points. But how do you still have this position on the board? Apparently, there've been some moves repetitions. Because look, there was move 20, and that is that's incredible. That was move 20, and let me see, that's move 40. It would be unfair to say nothing has changed, but not much has changed. Let's be honest, right? That's the position after move 40. So it was basically just hovering around. Not a single pawn has moved. Not a single pawn has moved since move 20. Yeah, quite interesting. Not that black has that many possibilities to move the pawn. It's one of those instances when one side gets sort of full control over pawn structure, strangely enough. Yeah, I mean, looking at what we have on the board, it's maybe not that easy to believe, but if you think of it, is there a pawn on the board which black would like to move? And turns out it's not that simple, right? Okay, ideally perhaps a7, a5 is what you're looking for, but apparently it wasn't that easy to organize. C5 is not happening anytime soon, right? For C5 you would need B6, which is impossible because C6 pawn is hanging, and so on and so on. You kind of run logical analysis, you understand all of a sudden black doesn't have pawn breaks in the position. And usually this translates into black doesn't have a plan, interestingly. Because, yeah, I mean, on lower levels we understand the plan could be I will attack his rook and he will blunder it so I will win, right? But now we are talking about kind of best of the best, grandmasters, international masters. So in terms of plan, one should prepare and carry out some pawn push, some breakthrough, change of the pawn structure. Turns out black doesn't have the ability to do so, and this allows white to basically have all the time in the world maneuvering slowly, improving his position, or do what he thinks improves his position, which is not guaranteed. Well, possible change to a structure from white's perspective could be moving the A pawn forward. No, white just played rook c4, protecting the d4 pawn, kind of interrupting me in the middle of a sentence because I wanted to mention that, yeah, a4 might have been an idea, like let's gain more space and so on and so on, but then one has to pay attention to bishop d4 trick because it will, I'm not even sure if it's good for black to do so, but it changes the character of the game a lot, right? So black will get one of the rooks, he can the queen's attacked, right, obviously, so black can take on c2, black maybe can give a check and take on c1 if he likes it. So it'll be material more or less balanced, but the character of the position is going to change. And therefore, white decided he doesn't want it, so he tries to avoid it by playing rook c4, protecting d4 pawn. Potentially, that's the longest game of the round, yeah, because it's they've passed the time control, it's move 41, and it's still a board full of pieces. All right, let me move on and let's see what else is still in progress on board A. Yeah, board 8 that is. Inian 25-41 with white against Carlo Emanuele. So once again, white is ELO favorite by a huge amount, but I wonder if white's winning at all here. I'm not sure, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm not sure. So black apparently is forced to capture on c5, right? Yeah, I guess the moves I'm getting are a little bit laggy, in fact. Because, yeah, I think, our crew found this game on a camera view, and from the camera view I could see that, yeah, the game progressed quite a bit further. So the king on f3, bc5, knight takes a5, and then, yeah, the original plan was to attack the a4 pawn, at my plan, not the player's plan, but I just realized that, yeah, knight b6, as fun as it sounds, probably loses to b2, b3 simply, and then, you know, knight c4, knight c6, and a pawn, the rook pawn, is notoriously unpleasant for the side with the knight to stop, right? So, like, in order to block the a pawn, black would have to transfer the knight on a7, where obviously it doesn't do an awful lot. So yeah, after all, white probably will end up winning this one. And the lower we move, the less games we have, right? At the very bottom of a cross table, like, everything is decided. And you know what? Looking for, we've already found surprise results, right? Like as high as like board 7 or something. So what I'm looking for now is at least one draw in the open section. For the time being, I do not see any. So not a single draw yet. Not a single draw yet. Right. Well, so quite possibly Nesterov on board 2 will be a draw. That's a chance. Yesipenko might be a draw if white will not blunder anything. And that's about it. Okay. What else can we possibly check? Maybe. Let's check, you know what, guys, let's check board number 54, which is the lowest board we have a game. Just out of curiosity, we'll still remain with a camera on the top boards. Now we are showing Andrei Yesipenko, but I'm just curious, like board 54, let me confess, I didn't check what players' ratings are at the very bottom. It's actually 2100. Milosevic with 21. No, wait a second. 2370. Pardon me. 2370 against 1750. And the game still goes on. White must be winning this one, but it will still take some time, of course. Yesipenko's queen endgame can last for, once again, for very long, I believe. So I'll bring it back to the board, and not much has changed. Yeah, queen to f3. Apparently, well, a check on b3 was given, and the king went to g4. This is it. This is it. The king's on g4. Now, interestingly enough, white probably threatens h5. White probably threatens h5. threatens as in exchange a pawn, open up the king. So it's not like a deadly threat of some sort, but yeah, but you go h5, after this check, king goes to h4, and after this check, king goes to g4, and you can't really force white to lose the pawn. And yeah, so Yosipenko will have to pay attention to this idea, maybe give a check on e6 right now, but then he can't really push the b pawn forward. All right, and let me see what else going on here. Pleasant surprise, Keti is back to the studio, so patience, guys. I don't know if your mic is on, Keti, but yeah.
So happy to be back here.
You can't believe how happy I am, because, and how happy must be our viewers at home who are absolutely tired of me talking chess non-stop. So we are all glad that you've returned.
Thank you very, very much. So I'm so happy to see some of the games still in progress and the top games are still running. So
yeah, so that is, you know, two amazing facts that I've just found out. So first of all, like in open section, after like yet another break, which was like end of a time trouble, I'm coming back. Top 4 games are still playing.
Yeah.
I'm looking for surprise results. Okay, I found like on board 7, for instance, you know, I think it's a grandmaster from Azerbaijan who has lost, for instance. So there are some surprises. But then I thought, okay, let's see how many draws we have in the open section. In the open section, how many draws we have, do you think? None. Zero.
Wow.
Zero. Out of, okay, we had 60 games originally. I believe like up to 10, maybe a little bit more than 10 are still in progress, and not a single draw.
Amazing.
Not a single draw, yes. That's a fight spirit. That's a fighting spirit. In the ladies section, we had a draw on one of the top boards.
Third board.
Third board, but if I'll show you like a final position, and I don't know, a position like few moves back, you'll understand it wasn't, you know, a quiet draw. It was a mess all along.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, it's a very, very exciting tournament. Players playing it till the very end, at least for now. Yeah, maybe there'll be some, what they call it, kind of a tactical draw when, let's say, I'm in the lead and I have to kind of not only secure me not losing, but also hold back the opponent. Maybe we'll have a couple of those, but mostly they are fighting, and that's of course very, very good.
Yeah, this is the tournament where you see all the ambitious chess players. All of them want to win the title.
Absolutely.
And they have a reason to be here, and all of them, we should consider that they are the champions of their country, or they're the prize winners of the other youth championships. So big fights here, and I'm sure even until the last round, nothing will be that clear as the other tournaments can be.
Yeah. So that's actually good. That makes it very exciting. And, you know, once again, maybe like kind of a bit of a throwback to the chess history, because I remember like not knowing the plot. Looking at Morozevich, who was like one of the top players in the world, losing a game against some grandmaster who I had little knowledge about, and it turns out these two played against each other as youngsters, and the other grandmaster was always beating Morozevich.
Wow.
So sometimes, you know, this score between the youngsters, it gets carried. And then, you can be a world champion, but I remember you've been 8 years old, I've been 8 years old, I was always winning against you, so I will win again. So that kind of thing. And it's very, very hard to kind of get rid of it.
I think it's more psychological issue.
Quite possible.
That kids are very often having that, so you can be 100 or 200 higher rated player, but still someone can be pleasant opponent for
so the
you.
thing, unpleasant opponent, yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah,
That
yeah,
this
yeah.
is,
I had some unpleasant opponents, and I'm sure I was unpleasant opponents for many others too. That's how the chess works. But
yeah, somehow it's
yeah.
like probably on a very high level nowadays. What can we say? Carlsen is an unpleasant opponent because he's winning against everyone.
It's annoying.
but that's yeah. Let's leave it aside. But I completely agree with you. Like I remember my youth tournaments like this, Ukraine championships, and yeah, there would be guys that I would beat from pretty much any position. So the position would not matter what goes on in the middle of the game because I know I'm gonna win and he knows he's going to lose.
Yeah.
And it would be the opposite. Like I play, I understand my position is winning, but anyway, like my knee's shaking because I know, I mean, this is the guy who used to beat me and I will blunder at the end.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
so
a
that
serious topic, really. And as a kid, I could not. I don't want to admit that someone was unpleasant opponent for me.
Yeah.
That's very bad. You cannot admit that you're losing psychologically against someone. But at this point, I think it's very important for kids to talk about these topics, maybe with coaches or parents, that some extra help can be done and to get out of this uncomfort zone.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting. It could be a subject for some sort of psychological study in a way. Yeah, like how to deal with this. Yeah, that's interesting. How many chess players actually have a coach in psychology?
Yeah. Just out of I came here and bringing some topics that are not related to this, but I think it's very important. When I was a kid, my parents took me to the psychologist to have some extra help. And when we had a talk, what kind of problems I had, I could never admit this kind of opponents that I really had, but instead I said that my main problem was that I was getting tired. And then there was some techniques that this person taught me, and it was very useful. And then from this perspective, if I was not too proud of myself, or I don't know what's the word for it, and if I could say that I was afraid of someone, that could help me very much to improve my chess. So for the parents who are watching this stream, maybe it's very useful topic to think of.
That's interesting, in fact, because at some point, really, well, the tempting way is, of course, to say, okay, study the game and so on and learn more chess moves. But yeah, psychology is also very, very important. And it starts, as we discussed, like being a young kid and playing your age groups. But also, if you think on the very, very high level, is their chess skills all that different among the others? I don't think so. I mean, at the very best, performing at the very best, they are pretty much even. And yet, someone's winning more games, someone winning less games. So it also has to do with the spirit, with being psychologically stable, being able to perform, let's say, on a higher level on average.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have some more games going on. I don't know. Not even sure what to discuss. We still have this Yesipenko's endgame on our camera view.
Simon from Mexico and Yesipenko and still a lot of pieces.
Okay. So the A pawn is about to become dangerous, but the king is almost alone. So I wonder if Black actually is going to win this. I don't think he's guaranteed. Interestingly, the white king actually gets in the way, right? Because queen d8, king h7, and then if this king would be, I don't know, somewhere, it's kind of a perpetual check guaranteed. h4, g5, d8, 3 squares you need. Yeah, but your own king is sort of in the way.
White, I think, just took the pawn on a3 to make sure that you are not losing the pawn.
Yeah, you take the pawn. I think Black. I'm not even sure what you take with the b pawn. So it's closer and so on. And then what happens then? Then you probably, don't know. Do you really move the king back?
How about to push
Like
f5?
push f5, yeah.
You
Okay,
want
let's
to
say
promote your
A2.
pawn, but I want to checkmate your king, and now, for
Ah, like
instance,
even to go e6 or something. But there'll be
Yeah.
some checks,
there will be
right?
some checks.
On the other hand, if you start by giving check and then you play f6, could it be then I'm actually in trouble?
Yes,
Because
very
the king
interesting.
is not running too far.
You cannot promote.
You can
the
promote,
pawn.
I mean, for a
Be
moment you'll have
checkmated.
an extra queen, but it's a checkmate from c8,
Yeah.
right? And also the checkmate on c8 happens if you go king e8. So maybe this will be the only move, and then God knows what's that. I mean, it's still like at the very least I can give some checks, maybe attack the pawn. Yeah, so definitely something to think about. Definitely something to think about. And they don't have that much time to think about this position. What's interesting, yeah.
At least white.
Yeah, for white it's 10 minutes left. For Yuspenko it's still half an hour. So at least he makes sort of a practical, he takes a practical approach of playing the moves fast.
Brings king on g4.
Yeah, king g4 back. That was my thought, that maybe you can play king g4 so that now you are threatening this perpetual on 3 squares, right? Black's checks are limited to queen e6, after which you have a 5, and you are probably also happy. Yeah, I don't see white losing this one. Well played. Well played. And what else? Let me see kind of the bottom boards. Yeah, there are still some games going on at very low boards. Not a single draw yet, still.
Yeah, there is a question in our chat. Are there Chinese players who I believe they have rushed COVID lockdowns? What I can remember for now is one Chinese player, woman grandmaster who plays in open section. That's only Chinese player, and it's a very good question. Actually, we can just check it out.
There should be. I think I've seen the. I don't want to say delegation, but I've seen a few people arriving yesterday, like late in the evening. It's actually quite a challenge to get there to Sardinia Island, at least. If
just one player.
Just
one player.
Yeah, just one player.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's something very unusual because usually Chinese team comes with very strong, strong power. Yeah.
Very strong composition with coaches and so on and so on. Yeah, but maybe because of this still strict COVID lockdowns. Yeah. But once again, I'm not ready to speculate because I don't know the situation there. Yeah, like what you hear from rumors that there are still some lockdowns there.
Right.
Okay, so. Any more questions from YouTube chat, Twitch chat? Yeah, because that's the part that I can't do without you. Yeah, that's I had to pretend I'm ignoring it. I'm not ignoring you guys. I just don't have the tools.
I guess we're not ignoring. Just the thing is that even if I'm here, we're receiving the questions 15 minutes late. So we are eventually answer your questions. We just don't see it at the right time. And due to the anti-cheating measurements, it's important, they consider the organizers to have 15 minutes delay, which is very good for the players, but for us and for our viewers, it's a bit, because it's some miscommunication.
Yeah, it's tricky. Right, and I just thought, because the playing venue as well as the commentator studio, it's all in the same place, in the same hotel. And I just thought there might be this funny situation that, let's say, somebody's parents or a coach watching a broadcast sitting in the lobby of the hotel, and then we've done already and we are passing by, and the guy is still seeing us in the studio because of this stupid, this delay. Okay, it's not stupid, it's necessary, but I mean,
yeah, it's unpleasant.
to understand it's a little bit tricky.
It's quite unpleasant, yes. So once again, the first word on the screen, here we have nothing is still decided.
Yeah, that's still open tournament, right? Because I was checking the latest tournament, they're almost done. So 4 games left, or even less, 3 games left in the latest tournament. That's that's both 26 is still in progress, and might be in progress for quite a while. There are, like logically, what's that? 4.5 hours. So
it's still like a middle game.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you would expect like some end game, maybe sharp end game, and all of a sudden that's like board full of pieces. So this can go for quite a while on board 26. Well, in fact, it's interesting that
that's a very interesting position, because White is the higher rated player, and
much higher rated.
It's so big, yes, the difference.
Probably the exchange was not lost, but rather sacrificed. But still, it's not clear if White is like completely winning or something. Well, probably he's better. F6, like if G5 is the idea. Maybe we'll attack H7 pawn one day. It's probably White's better, but what's the material here? It's 1 pawn for an exchange, but very, very stable setup.
Yeah.
And a lot of, But still, this game will go on. So that's 1 game out of 3 remaining in the open. Sorry, not open, but girls section. Here, it's what it has to be, an endgame with very limited, very limited material. Here. Well, White is obviously a stronger side being a pawn up, but once again, not guaranteed to win, I'm guessing, because, Black to move probably will stop the b-pawn. And the trick is, in order to win, you have to bring the king somehow, but the moment you start bringing the king, there is this knight h5 attacking g3. So you should be somehow tricky. I'm not sure. It might as well depend on some line like this. Like I go king e3, for instance, knight h5, I go f5, and I make sure that if you take, then f6 wins. So, it probably does in this case, but who knows? So still
some
still like not perfectly
is
clear.
Required,
yeah, absolutely. And then the last is this one, board 14. Very, very complex stuff here.
I think this is so far the most complicated position in the girls section, because there's too many pieces.
And honestly, that's how it's been for quite a while. I think even before you returned, I was looking at this position. So basically, they've just passed the time control. A couple of moves ago, like bishop g7, bishop h6, bishop a3, this is move 42. And then it got stuck. And I'm not even sure. I mean, first I was thinking like maybe we lost the moves relay, but no, the clock is ticking. Yeah, the White's thinking and simply indecisive on how to continue. Yeah. It's interesting that if you ask me, I mean, what's the threat? It's not clear. It's not like Black is threatening something very serious. But how do you unpin this thing? Like you can't really take because the bishop's hanging. If you move the bishop, then dc2 is very unpleasant. So that's one very tricky position.
It is very tricky. I really wonder if we have this live game, because so far what we see, the digital boards are working perfectly fine at this event. So very, very often we have kind of challenge for the first day to make sure that all the digital boards are working properly.
Yeah. So no, here we simply don't don't have problems. Yeah,
Yeah.
everything works just fine.
My biggest fears for some time was when I was using restroom, not to be locked in at the wrong time, not to lose time on the clock. So I hope that's not the case.
No. I think it's just that the position is complex enough, but on the other hand, this, for instance, still says move 47, even though from a camera view we do know that the game advanced a bit further. So could it be that we are really, like with moves relay, we are a couple of moves behind, which is
King
not
G4
much
has
we can
been
do.
played here, and then
And
seems
Yaspenko
like
is thinking,
his body language also like not at this point, but earlier was like more relaxed, and at some point I thought that maybe he just accepts draw if it happens.
Yeah, maybe like, okay, it's a little bit boring, I'm no longer winning. Right, so it does look like White gradually solved all his problems, if there were any. Board 2, I'm still curious to see. It's for quite some time already. White has this pair of, connected passed pawns and still can't really do anything. Well, now it's black to move, so black already can make a draw by simply taking on c3, right? And just blocking those pawns. Go king e6, king d7, it's just a draw. So the question is if maybe black kind of hoping to play for a win, but how do you play for, no, you can't really win. Can't really win because...
you can checkmate in one move, rook d3, white's rook somehow.
Yeah, white rook is there. No, it's like, I imagine if you somehow force white to take, then maybe you have winning chances because you have a passed pawn on a4, passed pawn on f3, right? And probably still a draw. But yeah, it's very likely draw will be the outcome. And speaking of complex positions, on board 4, after 43 moves, this is what we have. Not to be confused with the position after move 20, which I'm about to show you. That was, no, that's move, let me see. Well, actually bishop d4 happened, so he spoiled all the fun. Look, move 20, it was this, and then 22 moves later, not a single pawn. Not a single pawn, not only exchanged, but moved.
Oh, wow.
Right, and then white decided to go here, allowing this bishop d4. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, by the way, bishop d4. I'm not 100% convinced, but it's an interesting one, and I was looking at it in some other line. Okay. So basically the point is like I take, and one rook is hanging, and then the other rook is also hanging. So black gets some material back, or maybe even wins the material to bishop d4. So I imagine what white is planning to do is to go knight c4. Intermediate move, and then we'll try to do the same. But I'm not sure if he can save all the material here.
Where the really sad thing here for white is that bishop on h2.
Yeah, bishop on h2. So
space from
there's also some checkmates.
So for instance, there's for rook
like
b2.
This, and then you can wait a second, but that still kind of doesn't work. Yeah, maybe rook b2.
Rook b2. Let's say knight c2. Let's be fancy.
Knight c2. Knight c2 is good.
And then when rook takes c2. Because queen is hanging, there's rook d1.
C2, rook d1.
d1, yes.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's tricky. Could it be that white actually gets in trouble? Because I'm thinking if you allow this and then you go what? I mean, not to get checkmated, you probably have to go to f1. But then it's what? It's two pawns and the rook against two minor pieces which are really poorly placed. A knight on f1, bishop on h2. Also the queen on a3.
Rook d1 with like
rook
queen
d1,
b5.
some queen b5. Yeah, that actually looks very scary.
Maybe it's a good sacrifice, this
Yeah,
bishop d4.
yeah, this bishop d4. And yeah, just to illustrate that, a couple of moves ago, he played rook c or queen c4. Wait a second, back, and then he played rook c4 specifically to avoid sacrifice. So he went rook c2 to c4 to avoid sacrifice. Then he allows it, and now he might be in quite a bit of trouble.
7 minutes to make the right decision here is not a lot, and there are like plenty of the options here for white too. It's not something that you have to play only
absolutely, absolutely. And first of all, yeah, like you have a huge choice here, and also doesn't matter what you choose. It's not like the game ends immediately, simply because it will transform into one of those tricky positions with material imbalance, and so he will have to play on, and his time is quite limited.
Time is limited here, and the position is a little bit shaky here for Grandmaster from India. If this game goes to the way of Italian player, this can be another
major upset. Also winning with the black pieces, that'd be huge. Wait, on board 8, is it still in progress? Okay, it is.
Pawn endgame.
Soon to become queen endgame, right? Because black's to move has to move the king. It's black's like on his last minutes has to move the kings. He went f3, but why f3? Because probably he was maybe it's clever.
That,
So let's. I don't know where the king has to go. That's also an important subject, right? But then a6, c3, this. White puts the queen first, and then doesn't matter where the where black king would be. There'll be a check on e4, f3 somewhere, and then white eventually takes the pawn. So f3 is an attempt to kind of at least mess things up.
Can we go just 2 moves before? I was just wondering what was captured on f5. Knight was captured.
So it's this, knight e3, a5, knight f5. Probably black was already in a kind of a critical position, because if black stops the a pawn with the knight, then white can sacrifice his knight for the c pawn, and he also has this passed pawn. So knight e3 looked like the only chance, but probably not enough. a6, c3, so queen, and okay, queen endgame will be played for some time. I think they've already gotten the queens on the board, so now we can clearly see we are a little bit delayed with the moves, but
it's queen endgame
catches up. C1 queen, and then I don't know, probably like centralize it somewhere, and you should win. Queen d5, queen e4, maybe do it with checks. Feeling is like white should be winning.
In my opinion, queen's endgame is the longest endgames, and this game can last for 100 moves even. Like it's almost 60 moves here, so they can easily make it up to 100.
That's possible. The even worse material from my commentators' experience is like one side being a pawn up in opposite colored bishops with rooks. Because it can last forever. You can never force a draw as the weaker side. You keep defending your pawns, you keep stopping your opponent's pawns, but you can never change the situation. So it's basically eternal torture unless either you lose or your opponent gets bored and off his draw. Right? So this can be, and some guys they can really make huge deal out of it. So they would maneuver for 40 moves and then move a pawn on one square, and then another 40 moves.
There is very interesting statement in our chat, and also can be a question. to you as a professional chess player and also coach. I even shake from stress when I playing chill chess with my dad. Can't imagine that these girls and boys are feeling right now. So how like you were experiencing this stress, and for instance, what can be the tips that you give to your students to avoid this stress, which sometimes distracts the game?
Yeah, well, it's strange because maybe I'm not the best example. I think kind of my best results that I had, they were actually in tournaments when I was very stressed and I would really care about the result and being tense about the result as well as the game, of course. Yeah, and since some time ago, when I'm kind of semi-retired, more of a commentator, coach and so on, whenever I sit at the board, I tend to lose interest as soon as the position is not to my liking. Doesn't matter. It might be a good position, but I understand. And, it's a part of being a coach. So you prepare the opening and you solve the opening problem and okay, now next to the game, on to the next game. And the only advice that I can possibly give is that remember that your opponent is equally stressed. If you're afraid of some unclear position or not sure about some unclear position, he's the same. Like, I understand sometimes there are asymmetrical situations. Like, for instance, it's a last round, a win for you means you win the tournament, a win for your opponent doesn't mean anything because, say, he has less points, right? Then, there are tricks, but mainly there will be stress and you will have to deal with it. I mean, that's a sad reality. And if you watch those broadcasts of, once again, Carlsen, World Championship matches and so on, they're also stressed.
Oh, yes.
They're also stressed, and very often it can be seen, especially if the game doesn't go your way. So
without stress, then I think during this stress, your brain is faster. It reacts.
But maybe that's exactly that makes you work at the maximum capacity if you're under stress, under tension. Yeah. So if anything, you should be looking for the way to release the stress after the game, because very often what happens, the game has finished, but you are still stressing, I don't know, the evening next to the game and maybe sometimes till morning. And this is hard. This is hard, especially if it's a long tournament and you're getting burned out eventually.
Yeah. I can admit that sometimes I have some games that I'm so stressed that the moment I stop the clock and I resign, it just goes out from my body. And I'm like, oh my God.
It's finished,
It's such a relief.
Even if the result is bad, but
I'm just happy that the stress is gone,
it's
because
gone,
that's it. I still gonna have some chances for the next round. If it's not the last round, is the hardest.
Losing
one
the last round is terrible. I can relate. Yeah.
Yes, but it should be the part of, and it's not something that you by the time you are going to get used to stress. No, but somehow this stress is something that you also get a lot of I don't know how to say, you just really like this kind of stress. It's not so bad actually as it sees from the outside of the world, when people are like shaking at the board. And
once again, the only, I say you do not, I don't want to say you do not lose if you don't, I mean, the way not to lose is not to play, right? The way not to make mistakes in chess is not to play. But that's hardly an advice I should be giving, right? If you enjoy the game, just accept the fact that yes, there are mistakes to be made. You'll make mistakes, your opponent's going to make mistakes, and it's not the competition of who's going to play the perfect game. It's who makes less mistakes.
Yeah, that's true as well.
All right.
Wow. This game will be so long. I think we're going to pass our dinner time.
I'm actually not so sure, because the experience shows that the moment you run out of checks, if it's not a perpetual check, it's very hard to find, the square kind of safe squares. I think it's once again imagine playing this against the computer, I would not bet on myself winning, even though I believe, like, objectively, white's position is winning. Because, let's say, the machine, it would always find some tricky squares, some sneaky perpetuals, and so on. For us, humans, I believe it's the opposite. It's very hard to defend for black, even if objectively the position is drawn, which this one is, I believe, is not. Anyway, I think we have result on the board 1, and it must be a draw, I want to say. No? No, it's result on board 2, which is a draw. Yes, Nesterov was held for a draw. This final position is illegal. Yeah, but I believe by then people already know, in order to kind of tell the digital board, you have to arrange the kings in the very center, and king in front of each other means the game finished in the draw. Kings on white squares means white won. Kings on black squares means black won.
Right.
Yosipenko. Oh, well, this one is still in progress. Queen b8, queen d5, queen e8.
Queen e8, very sneaky move here, because black wants to play queen e6.
Force
the trades of the queens?
He threatens the trade, and also if you go f5, I think what he wants is a check and a2. Can it be that he's going to win like this? It's actually tricky. King can go to g5, a2. Yeah, there is no perpetual that I can see. I almost believe that king f6 is enough. And there is a little problem with king f6, which is mate in one. Yeah,
no!
Yeah, well, at some point I thought, okay, but we have queen and king f6, and we threaten check, we threaten this check, but no. And I think the history had seen people losing
like that.
Not to this specific checkmate, but basically there would be no a pawn, and white would be a pawn up, and it would be a drawish position, and then you keep pushing, you know, and just blunder a checkmate. Yeah, so hopefully this will not be the case. Right, but anyway, this game is still going on. Wait a second, board 4, Mendonca, which we thought actually this sacrifice on d4 was very clever. He has just won. What has happened?
So there was some blunder?
Sacrifice on d4. Let's see. So sacrifice on d4.
In 2 moves?
Knight c4. And we said knight c4 is unclear because queen b5. But black decided to be brilliant. He went bishop d6.
That's a blunder.
Threatening rook d1 check. Looks like a brilliancy.
Oh my god.
Threatening rook d1 check and queen b4. And what he blundered was bishop d6.
This is a brilliant move.
Yeah, you clear the luft for the king. Yeah, this h2 square.
Wow.
The queen is still hanging. And this is it.
Wow,
this is it. Yeah, and if you move the queen now, it's bishop c5, and I'm just safely peace.
Wow, I suggest this game and this move to be the move of a day.
Yeah, that's actually the whole sequence is spectacular. I believe it has something to do with black blundering, but I mean, starting from bishop takes d4, we can credit both players for tactical inventiveness and tactical side. Yeah, bishop c5. It's a beautiful idea, of course, but wait a second. And bishop b2 with the same idea would not work because knight takes and protects d1 square.
Wow.
Yeah, so we can say Indian player Leon Luke Mendonca got lucky. I think
this is a lucky.
It looked if black plays queen b5, it actually looked promising for black from this point on. All right. Anyway.
Wow, bishop d6 is really something fancy. Right. And this bishop, which was a problem of white's all this time, taking the space from the king, made the final move.
Yeah, well, basically, bishop d4, and the game finished after bishop takes and queen takes. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, what else do we have? Board 8. That's the queen endgame that still goes on.
I'm still thinking it's gonna be
yeah.
100 moves here.
Board 16, I'm checking. Yeah, I was praising this player with white, Momchil Petkov, whom I've happened to play recently in Romanian League. He convincingly beat me with black in round 1. And also, okay, I mean, it might be something with me not being, you know, in the top form, but he performed very well anyway.
A very young player, and
yeah, and he's like 17 or
yeah.
something, and he progresses like all the time. He gets more and more like rank.
Yeah,
already a
25.
grandmaster.
Yeah.
I call him international master for some
He's a
reason. He's
grandmaster
already a grandmaster.
25 plus player. Very impressive.
Right. So here though, is he winning or not? Not clear. He probably does after queen b5, now that I'm thinking. Anyway, another queen's endgame, potentially a long one.
Yeah, there's some comments, a very funny comment.
Yeah.
Wait, Esipenko's still under 20? That's
Exactly, but that was my reaction when they told me. Okay, yesterday when I've arrived and you know, in this transfer, I had a chat with one of the organizers, and they say, "Oh, okay." And then the top seed will be Esipenko, who apparently confirmed his participation a few days ago. I said, like, okay, this is the guy who played Vaikense, and not this year, but a year before, right?
And beat
also the guy who
yeah.
beat Magnus, and also the guy who like beat Karyak in this spectacular game.
Yes.
I don't know, like
we were commentating.
We were commentating. That was the last time we were commentating
yeah.
together. Exactly right.
I still remember
and he's
that
still
game.
under 20. I mean, how is it fair?
Oh, that's actually so interesting.
And also,
we were commentating when he was like 14, 13 years old.
Something
made
like
amazing queen sacrifice.
Amazing game against Karyakin.
Yes. And now after so many years we're still commentating his game. Now he's a favorite of the tournament.
Yeah, he's the top seed. And there's one more factor that makes you think he's older than 20. Have you seen him? How tall he is. He looks like a young basketball player.
Yeah, he's very tall. Yes, that's true.
Okay, so a few more potential candidates for a very long game. That's the one on board 18.
It can be now, this one long, but when rooks are on the board, this is more dangerous for both sides. Because there's extra power, but the queen endgame is
queen endgame, yeah, like it can last for quite some time. Yeah, exactly. This is what? This is probably a draw. I want to say some quite sharp game as well, and yeah, that's. White making moves on seconds here, but he probably just holds by like stopping. If the pawn exchange, we all understand, rook against bishop doesn't win. So if black wanted to play for win, it's got to be b3, right? Let's just go there, and I'm threatening king b2 to win the last remaining pawn, so probably king d3, and then after this king c4, but then I'm starting to push other pawns. I'm guessing it might be black who has to be careful, strangely, because I don't see, like, it looks nice, but where do you go from there, right? Like the rook is tied down, as like, it's almost, this king is almost checkmated, but not really.
I think you have to...
Yeah, like maybe you have to go back and stop the f pawn.
And then third pawn.
And even the third pawn, but it's probably not going too far, because c5 I'll be able to take. Yeah, so I'm just hovering there, and then, yeah. And white is also not running out of moves, like a king f7, because the bishop kind of protects too many pawns, right? But king c1 is still there.
Can we sacrifice a7 pawn and get b3 pawn, like for instance?
Yeah, go c4, go king b, but then it's probably still a draw, right? Yeah, okay, black decided otherwise, so to give a check. Maybe the other thing he could do, he could just take and take a7, but then it's a draw. All right, that's one more game. Yeah, in the open tournament there is still quite a lot of games going. Rook N game 2 versus 1 with white's king cut should probably be winning for black. Unless a4 works here, but once again, well, a4 was played. Yeah, some lessons I'm being taught in the Rook N game. Wait a second. How do we do it? Could it be? No, wait. Is this just b3? King d1. Because originally I thought, yeah, put the rook behind this instinct, you know, and then b2, and you cannot stop rook c1.
Yeah.
But white is just on time with king d1. And this is something that you can actually miss from afar. See,
Very easily, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking...
Because it's not a natural move.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, and yeah, probably black was never actually winning. Rook h6, a5, c6. Okay. Anyway, a4, and let's see if the ladies have finished, right?
Yes. For those who just joined us at the broadcast, we can remind once again the time control. This is a standard time control with 90 minutes from the starting given for both players with 30 seconds increment, and then after 40 moves they are getting extra increment of 30 minutes, and that's until the end of the game.
And obviously 30 seconds added after each move. So considering that tomorrow we have 2 rounds, I'm trying to guess approximately how long our working day is going to be.
Very
It's
long.
5 hours roughly for round 1, and then the same for round 2. Okay, wish us luck. Wish us luck, people.
You
at
might
home.
have some Italian coffee, a lot of coffee supplies tomorrow.
Espresso, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Speaking of, remember this very complex position that we were trying to figure out. It turns out white was not thinking for so long, because at some point the digital board was showing like white is down to 6 minutes and so on. And the draw was offered and agreed after bishop 8.
You're right.
So,
Sometimes like this kind of very complicated games also end in a draw because it's so complicated that none of the side really wants to get into it.
I found out, I mean, it's very common, you know, after the time trouble, because after time trouble, you're still on high emotions and so on, you make a move, and maybe you were winning previously, or rather, no, it was worse for you, and then you make a move, you offer a draw, because you think, okay, now I'm no longer worse, and you do not come to consider, maybe I'm playing for a win. It happened to me many times, like, you know, half of the game you're fighting not to lose, and then when you understand, okay, the worst is over, probably the position is fine, and then you make a next move, you offer a draw. And by the speed your opponent accepts a draw, you understand, probably I should have played on.
Yeah.
So 2 games left in the...
And the first board still in progress. That's very good to see. That shows that Esipenko was right, that it's not an easy run for him.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
Even lower rated player can have very good chances not to just equalize the game, because he's in so tricky position. He can also try to go for checkmate strats.
Yeah, I'm just checking like this last 2 remaining games in the girls section. Okay, this one will finish anytime soon because white's completely winning. Remember this extra exchange, yeah. So white eventually came up with the final breakthrough. And then the other one, yeah, this endgame. where white probably made some progress, it would seem.
Yeah, king is now white's king is centralized, and also
Yeah,
already
it depends
pawn is
where the
pushed.
knight. Yeah, like where do you go? You go here, then then eventually this pawn's going to fall. Go to f6, and then you.
You gonna drop the g4 pawn?
Like this, you mean?
Yes. The problem here for black is that you might then allow white's king to get on e5. That's very annoying.
Yeah, you probably still have to do it. You have to do this, I guess.
For instance, bishop to e2 now.
Yeah, like moved. Yeah. Well, actually, bishop e2 also attacks this guy. Let's say, yeah, it's probably lost. It's probably lost. I mean, I can easily see it being something like this. I attack the knight, knight goes, and I said, and then just go f6. And if you take, you're not in time. If you take on g3, yeah, the f pawn promotes. All right. The round in the girls section will be finished very, very soon. So we can return to the very top boards just to see. Okay, so draw on board 3 is perhaps the only surprise out of top 10 boards.
Very solid
In
surprise
yeah,
for us. It's actually very funny comment right now in our chat. I don't believe in psychology. I believe in bad mistakes. But why this is funny? Because at this event, chess players are having a huge banner, which is now partially seen in our camera. If you can see this white paper that's written something.
Bobby Fischer quote.
Yes,
yeah.
that's a quote of Bobby Fischer.
This is known. Yeah, this is known. I believe in good moves.
I don't believe in psychology. I believe in good moves. That's what's written there. What Bobby Fischer said. But our chat on Twitch works the other way.
No,
they have their own approach, but it's something very funny.
Yeah, but the thing with Bobby, I understand he was and still is an idol for some. For many people, I mean, yeah. The problem with Bobby was that he made a lot of statements and not all of them correct. Yeah, I mean, if we think of it, I mean, he was a genius over the board, but it does not necessarily, you know, translates into other aspects, right?
Okay, what do we have here? Still, first
we
game
have
going on.
Queen's Endgame with the side passed pawn for Yasipenko, and then he keeps. Now wait a second. I think it's by now he's kind of hovering around with the king, seemingly randomly. King h7, king h8, king g7. Some triangulations for whatever reason.
Yeah, I like to say now on the video it's so visible that both players are looking at each other time to time. Also just checking, you know, the body language sometimes tells a lot. And we have this opportunity right now to see how they are...
Yeah.
That was a draw offer?
I think white is kind of worried. Okay. 3, queen to c5, I think, what he wants to play. Yes. So now he intends to give a lot of checks. I don't think it changes anything, but at least there is no immediate perpetuals. At least the game goes on, sort of. It's really still, I want to claim, it's still sort of annoying a little bit for white, because a part of you feels like, okay, it was a tough game, I've defended well, so probably it's a draw by now. But you still have to find moves.
Yeah.
There are no direct threats, but once again, it's very easy to go wrong. I mean, just play some stupid move, allow queen's exchange, you've lost, right? I mean...
and this position is not something that you can make easy moves, and your time is going down and down, and it can then be resulted as a blunder at some point. So
yeah, absolutely. Because why I'm saying so, because like in such positions, as far as I understand, what you want to do, you want to force a draw, right? Because with queens on the board, like it always checks, always. So ideally, you want to calculate once, find the perpetual check, go for perpetual check.
Yeah.
And happens to be no perpetual check. So you spend all of your time, you end up making irrelevant move. Your opponent, Andrei Yesipenko, moves his king from h8 to g8, and now it's a new position. Once again, you have to think.
Yeah.
So this is, once again, it's unpleasant. If you ask yourself, how can I possibly lose this? And you understand, so this pawn will never promote, probably, because then it means that the queen is too far. Like queen has to be, in order for this pawn to promote, the queen has to be on b2, and this is your moment. This is where you come up with perpetual check. Then you probably just move the king here and there and wait for black. But if you're always trying, I mean, I've lost quite a few games like this, like trying to look for a forced draw when just moving around is enough.
Just to wait, yeah?
Yeah, just wait. Yeah, just wait. Meanwhile, I think one more game finished. I don't see which board that is, but yeah, we are having less and less games in progress. Well, actually, wait a second. Remember, Queen endgames? We have one more of those.
Wow.
It's incredible. There was one which we expected to last 100 moves. Let's see. I think it's over. Yeah, white has won. Not the starting position, but just to see, just to confirm. No, it did not reach. Did not reach 100 moves. Somehow.
Probably some trade.
Queen g7 f4. So got the queen on g7, and yeah, like h pawn is moving, and black decided he had enough.
Well, in the queen endgame, with one pawn, it's so tricky. You need to know the correct setup of your pieces. You need to know where to bring the king. And when there are two pawns, it's even like double tricky.
Yeah, but here I think objectively it was winning, right, for white. But also, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think like most of the time, even if you know what to do, but then it's the only. I'm afraid it's the only endgame when you cannot really memorize stuff. Like rook and bishop against rook, which is once again it's very important to know and so on. But you learn once how to hold it, and you can, right? I mean, some other technical stuff you can. Queen endgame with pawn up or pawn down. How do you even play it?
The only thing I know is I have to keep the king at the position where my queen will not be forced to be traded.
Yeah,
so,
like to avoid counter checks.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's sort of counterintuitive. Like let's say
you
white
need sometimes to have a close in front of the pawn.
Yeah, like white has the pawn on. Like pawn on g7 is the only pawn. This pawn is non-existent, and then the king, let's say, has to be on a2, and then it's a draw, and otherwise it's not a draw. And once again, I'm making up these rules. It's not like I know anything. Yes. 1, 2, 3. I think 3 games left. Yeah. 3 games left, so that's what? That's this one, which is pardon me, just a draw. Yeah, white
theoretical
has to keep the rook on the b file, and that's it. Then it's Yesipenko's game, which we know is a queen's endgame, and then it's this Petkov, which is also a queen endgame, and I'm not even sure. Like technically white is better, but what can you possibly hope for? Can last nearly forever, but you can't really win. All right, so what shall we look at? Probably the top board, right? Probably the top board.
It's not
like we can do much. Okay. Move 57 only, and white makes his moves on very last seconds. Yeah, this is getting tricky.
So he spent all his
last,
3 minutes.
Like last move he made, if our digital board relays the time correctly, so last move he made, he was left with 1 second.
Yeah, we can see now he's with white pieces here. Our player from Mexico is bit more stressed. He's shaking a little bit more, so this can be purely the time situation.
Yeah, well, time issue, of course, but also, like, queen e6, isn't it unpleasant? With the king on h4, I don't like the king on h4, to be honest. Like, I'd say now black plays queen e6, hinting at queen a2, sorry, not queen a2, but yeah, the queen from e6 supports the pawn. So if the pawn is on a2, it's a little bit more dangerous. And I don't see an immediate perpetual check. Okay, there is one check, and the king goes to, I don't know, h7. There is one more check, and there's queen g6, and then this king is in there. And maybe we are back to where we started. Yeah.
Can we do something like f5 there after
Yeah,
this check?
f5.
No, with black. Queen e4 and f5.
Queen e4, f5. We could, but then there is this
check, and now king to
h6, right? Otherwise, we drop the a3 pawn.
Yeah,
so we
for
have to go
instance.
to h6. But again, how do we win this? Like a2, and then
so close.
Oh, well, actually, even with queens on the board, can it be like some stupid mutual Zugzwang situation?
Can be, really. It's,
it's never easy. It's never easy. Okay, so Yuspenko's thinking. Alternative could be queen f5. And, right. I'm just thinking, look, imagine today you are playing a very, very long game. Tomorrow's round.
Double rounds.
Tomorrow's round starts 9:30.
No.
And then next round tomorrow. So what I'm saying, out of, say, 24 hours or so, you might spend, or even more than, let's say out of 24 hours, you might spend 16 playing chess and like sleeping a bit in between and also eating in between. That's it, right? That's one very, very tough schedule for like starting first 3 rounds. It will get much easier after that. Queen d8 check played by Yuspenko. He's still looking for some way of, I don't know, getting his queen somewhere with checks. So this can last for some time. This is what? This is still going? This rook endgame is still going. I think, yeah. The other queen endgame that we had, a draw was agreed. So these are 2 games that are going. The one of Yuspenko, where we know it's a queen endgame, and this rook endgame is still played, but you just
I'm just a bit surprised not to agree on a draw, to reserve some energies for tomorrow's double rounds.
Yeah, I think the thing is, the player with the black piece is much higher rated, and apparently he was winning somewhere. And then it's very hard to let it go, right?
Yeah, it is very hard.
Okay, so let's see. Let's see what happens there.
What?
e6, queen d5. Wait. What? King h5, queen a8.
All right.
e6, and he probably just blundered queen d5, and moreover, I think he lost on time. He also lost on time, but what can you do? Now I think it might be objectively lost, because after that, black captures this, the a-pawn survives, he takes with the queen, the a-pawn survives. Okay, so not very convincing, but that's part of the game. Like, the stronger players tend to, it's one of the aspects. You just keep the tension, even the minimal tension, right?
Some people call this a luck, but at this point, after so many years of playing chess and seeing this kind of games, it's not luck. It's actually just pushing the opponent.
Yeah, it's a skill. If you can, like in a very simplistic position, sometimes that like half of other players would agree a draw. You just keep not even pushing, but like keeping minimal tension, like not making life for your opponent way too easy. I think somewhere in like 2010, when Magnus first was on an uprise. I think he has done it a lot. Because it was sort of a culture. You get an equal position on elite level, you agree a draw. Because, because that's fine. And then all of a sudden, this kid comes from Norway, not a chess country, and you offer him a draw, and he says no. And he
So
beats you,
annoying, right?
And then nowadays we know, yes, an equal endgame against Magnus, it's not an equal endgame.
No, absolutely
it's
not.
it's a very scary, you are in trouble, right? You got an equal endgame against Magnus, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I recently saw once again this video when Garry Kasparov was playing Magnus Carlsen when Magnus Carlsen was only 13 or 14 years old. He couldn't just sit at the table. He was just looking around. He wanted to see other games, and Kasparov was so annoyed by this. He was just very upset. And the moment Carlsen was leaving the board, he was blitzing out the move to force him to come back. And then Carlsen was blitzing out the move to make him think again. So there was something fantastic. And I think these tournaments are so important to find new talent and to just get new names. I'm sure we're gonna see here some new players that we have not heard before. So here on the screen we can see top three
results, and
we have one draws in both.
Favorites beat underdogs by 2.5 out of 3 on both open and girls section. So the round in open section is officially over. So let me just double check if girls have finished as well. And no, yes, yeah, it is.
It is.
So both tournaments concluded. Right, I think it'll be it for today. Yeah, thanks very much, everybody. We perhaps could have done better, but that's the tradition. First round is not very smooth, so that you guys at home can enjoy that we are progressing with every second round. So, well, let's hope tomorrow is going to be better than today.
We just need to fix the delay to have the right time with our viewers, so the question and answer would be in the same time.
Well, yeah, it's not within our technical capabilities. So one more time, a reminder. I understand, people have some other stuff to do apart from watching chess broadcasts. But if you are keen to do so, tomorrow there's 2 rounds. There's 2 rounds, so we'll start 9:30, I believe.
Very early, yes.
Local time, Italian time, and then the second one will be starting at the normal 3:30 p.m.
Yes, so 9:30 we're going to be streaming the same channels, and then the next one, hoping that players will be kind to us and end the game
a little bit earlier. Yeah,
a bit earlier.
That'll be a special request.
Yes, and the next round will start. Third round will start just like
the usual 3:30. Yeah. So thanks very much for watching once again, and that was an exciting first round, and there will be 10 more to come. So stay tuned.
Bye bye.